everybody, and welcome to the stream today. It's a good day because I can hear myself in both ears. Yeah, it's totally random. It's totally random how my microphone works, but it's giving me good sounds right now. We're starting the stream in a different way because we had technical difficulties yesterday, and so instead of scheduling a stream, I just made it happen. Sometimes you just gotta make it happen. Sometimes you just gotta make your move, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we're doing today. I've got a lot of good content to bring you. Today and this week, I am not anywhere close to through the list of content that I really want to cover. And so missing a day streaming would be ridiculous. And, you know, I'm anything if not ridiculous. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Okay, that's true. I'm kind of ridiculous. I'm a little bit ridiculous. How are you doing, chat? Are you ridiculous? Do we have some ridiculous people in chat today? I hope so. I'm here for it. So as you're coming into chat, please notice everything like the stream title and the thumbnail. And if anything seems out of sorts, it's probably not you, it's me, right? Because this is a different way to start the stream, and I don't know how anything will go. Everything is up in the air today. Anything is possible, right? And there might be a lot of stuff that I have to do. There might be a lot of stuff that I need to take care of before we really get started. You're ridiculous. We can shorten it. We're weird and freaky. Okay, well that's what I'm looking for. Because I'm feeling weird and freaky. And look, I'm standing right here in Vice City, the Miami, Florida. Is that where the original Vice City was? Can anybody tell me where was the original Vice City? I want to know. There's a lot going on this week. There's a lot happening today, and I don't want to miss any of it, and I know you don't want to miss any of it either. And so I am here for you, even though my world is falling apart around me, okay? I don't know, chat. Like, so, you know, I talked to you about the issues with my landlady yesterday. I did get her paid off. I paid her my rent. I'm a good tenant, okay? I pay my rent. I don't want to have to deal with landlord drama, right? But somehow she hasn't gotten all of her money, and there's like 3 of us here, and we're never here at the same time, and I don't even know what's going on. No, even 4 of us, right? Because there's 3 roommates, but then there's one roommate who just moved out, who is the person that I was paying rent to before. So I'm like a little bit worried. The fact that she said she didn't get her money for last month, right, is like making me want to talk to the old roommate and be like, hey, you know how I sent you that money for rent? Did it get paid? Did it get paid to the landlady? Right? Because, like, you know, she's moved out. She has no more interest in that. I don't think she would, you know, do anything shady, but she could easily have just forgotten it or messed it up. So I'm dealing with that great roommate drama of seeing a potential bill of $2,000 that needs to be made up, that hopefully I will not be, that hopefully none of us will have. We're having problems already. Okay, that was a computer issue. That was literally a computer glitch. Did you see that? Yeah, I'm dealing with all kinds of issues. God, hopefully not tech difficulties too. Hopefully not anything that I have to pay for. That's the one thing that I'm kind of scared of, right? Because I've gotten to the point where I've looked at my finances, I've looked at my income from streaming, and I have determined that I am about, and you know, knock on wood saying this, maybe I'm overestimating it, but we're close to like 1/3 of the way to making it possible, right? Not sustainable, but possible for me to stream full time, which I would really like to do because there's so much going on, and otherwise I'd miss it. I'd miss a whole bunch of it. Let me see. I'm not even looking at chat here. The connection was glitchy for a second. Yeah, that was literally my computer. That was not the internet. That was my computer deciding that, I don't know, it needs to be. Let's see if we can shut down some programs. Will that help? But yeah, this is the precarious life of a streamer. I would say Twitch streamer, but I feel more like a YouTube streamer right now. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. And I don't know why I'm seeing not the right chat here. Let me see if I can correct this. Okay, I already see something going wrong. Yeah, so chat, I'm gonna have to, like, I'm not edging you this time, right? Usually, like, I edge you for entirely too long, making you wait before we get into the content. We've got so much content, I really don't want to edge you today, but what I do want to do is make sure that everything works before I get into stuff proper. Okay, copy that. I shouldn't have to do this, but... Wait, do I just have to close this out, maybe? And reopen it? Because I can see the chat on my stream. That's working. What I'm not seeing is the chat in my OBS, and I would very much like to. Okay, type something, chat. Israel, Palestine? Okay. Well, that's what Restream thinks it's called. As long as Twitch and YouTube don't think it's called... we will be talking about Israel, Palestine a little bit, but that's not... That is a stream from fucking several months ago, I feel like. Yes, yes, Mono, you are on it. You are on it, even with that delay. Even with that YouTube delay. You are on it. Yeah, something is right. Something is right. I see you, chat. I see you. It's all good now. Okay, so we got chat. Chat is happy. Chat is good. What else do we need to do? We need to do a one of these X posts. One of these Twitter posts. It's still Twitter to me, chat. I don't know about you. What do you think's gonna happen with Twitter? Because, like, we covered a little bit of the Elon go F yourself interview. And I got the feeling that he acknowledged for the first time that Twitter's gonna go bankrupt. Twitter's gonna close down. And I mean, it's a pretty good guess that that's what he wanted to do with it anyway, right? If he could turn it into some kind of right-wing site that makes money, if he could turn it into his everything app, which he's wanted for the longest time, he would probably do that. I'm guessing he's decided that that is not gonna happen. And he's gonna absolutely run it into the ground. He's gonna keep on retweeting like ghouls, absolute anti-Semitic ghouls. And then when his advertisers leave him, he's going to blame the advertisers. The advertisers hate free speech. They're against free speech. And that's the real reason that Twitter closed down. Also because a woman is running it, Linda Yaccarino. It's her fault. It's not, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Pay no attention. It's definitely not his fault. That is what... No, that is not what... That is what he would have you believe, all right? But it's not true. He absolutely ran it into the ground because he sees it as a bastion of liberalism, and this is one of his possible outcomes. Kind of an expensive outcome, though. I don't know what he's going to do, try to get out of the loans that he took. I mean, a lot of that money is not his. So there's a potential... There's a potential that the man could try to wriggle. Alright, what are we doing? I'm copying this. Copying this, and then I'm going to copy the actual... Oh yeah, like the stream. Like the stream while I'm edging you, not intentionally, just because I need to get all the stuff that I normally do done as the stream goes up. That's what's a little bit scuff about this setup, right? I'd rather set it up as a event where, at least on the YouTube side, you see that it's coming. You see what time it's going to be. You know when to plan for it, right? I like to help you out like that. We're a team, chat. We're a team, and I'm sorry for not pulling my side of the bargain. Because you all have been so nice to me and really kind of encouraged me out of a space where I was thinking about maybe quitting streaming, to the point where I'm actually looking at, like, okay, legitimately, if I want to go full time, what would that entail? How much money would I have to make a month? And it turns out it's like 3 times as much money as I'm making now. And that's still a lot of money. We still have a long way to go. And I don't expect, like, you know, people to... I never want you to hear about my financial plight and take it as your responsibility to make that better, because we've all got bills, we've all got problems, we've all got things that we need to take care of, and I never want anybody to think that I'm happier when you take care of yourself first, right? Because I gotta say, it might sound weird to some of you, but I gotta say it, but there are some people out there that are just so nice and so kind and so giving that they will put others' interest in front of their own, and that's not what I want you to do for me at all. But I am seeing that, basically, like, if we could get 3 times the audience, right? For instance, right? That's not that unforeseeable. That's kind of a likely outcome at this point. That's doable, right? And this is the month to do it. December is the magical month. This is the Nutcracker month. This is the Rat King month. This is the dance of the sugar plum fairies, chat. I don't care about Christmas. I don't care about Santa. I care about that weird, dark Christmas music. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I live for in this season, right? The Nutcracker, and there's some other stuff too, right? I like the dark spooky. Do you know what I'm talking about? The dark spooky Christmas music. Anybody else feeling me? Also, why did we run out of music? Oh, it's my fault. It's my fault, chat. Am I the problem? I am in this case. Let's see what we can do to make that better. I wish also I had more like more music that wouldn't get me in trouble through copyright. Would be nice. Oh, chat, looks like we're going up against Xanderhall today. So, we'll see if we have any crossover with Xan. Any Xan fans in chat? Okay, we're looking for that local elevator to take us to sweet, sweet bliss. Oh wait, how about just like... How about just this stuff? Yeah, I like this one. That's my jam. That's my jam. What's up, Iron Child? Iron Orchid, sorry. Misread your name. So yeah, we're like, I'm in a better place than I was. I still just like, it's scary though, because like I just want to be in a place where things like the rent not getting paid, like things like my student loans are just not something that I'm worrying about. I want to get to that Oz Media place, right? That was part of what I really loved about seeing that stream with Oz Media, was the fact that he starts the stream just a nervous wreck, right? He knows that this is the month that his house is gonna get foreclosed. He's gonna be out of a house, and he's ready to do some kind of electrolysis on his skin or something like that, right? He's ready to zap himself back awake if he needs to stay up for 24 hours, 2 nights in a row, in order to get the stream done. And by the end of the stream, he's like, no, we're cool. I will not be foreclosed on. I will be making those payments. This house is mine, right? Time to buy some furniture. That's always a good thing to see. So, I don't know, that encouraged me too. I'm feeling a lot more optimistic about stuff now. Okay, so is that our social media post? Anybody want to help me out with this? Vanguard and Adam and Sitch, Vaush reacts to Hoots. Today on stream, how about that? Today on the stream. Yong. That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna do it, alright? No more waiting. I want to get this thing going. Copy link. I'm gonna copy link, and you know what that means. You know what time it is for you, chat. Once again, I am asking you not for financial contributions, but for social media contributions. Like that shit, retweet that shit, give it some help, send it on its way, get it out to more people. Right, I put it in YouTube chat. Let me just put it in both chats. Here we go. There we go. It is the time. It is the time for the stream. It is the time for... Why is that so slow? Oh, is this what was slowing down my computer? Was it my soundboard? My soundboard's not working. I think it's Discord. Yeah, no sound coming out of there, huh? You're not hearing any soundboard stuff, are you? Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. Wait, let me see. You just needed to restart the soundboard. Of all the things, to make it to make my whole setup freeze up, right? I'm just here trying to enjoy a nice
void coffee.
And my system's like,
bruh.
And I'm all like, and I'm like, is there some kind of a weasel? Turn it on and off again. That's what I did. Soul Life, you were on it. Yeah, that was the solution that worked. That was the solution that worked. When in doubt, turn it on and off again. These are wise words, Soul Life. Thank you. Remember Rad, and so I must have been like, right, you must have been psychically communicating with me, right? Because of the delay, right? So you said it, but I didn't see it because of the delay, and then psychically it beamed the waves to my brain, and my brain decoded it and was like, I should probably turn it off and turn it on, and that's how I knew. That's how I knew when I feel like
this is going bad.
I just need to make a little
dingus gambit,
and all of a sudden we're totally right. That's how it works. That is how it works. That is how it works. Okay, so we got the yeah, and if you want to, I'll put this on here so that if anybody is you know, if you're liking it, if you're, yeah, like right there. Thank God the soundboard is fixed. Exactly. Thank God the soundboard is fixed. That was the problem. I thought I was the problem, but it turned out it turned out that
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And it was the soundboard, right, that had the
weasel
in it. But yeah, there it is right now. If you want to show up on stream, this is one way to do it. Your Twitter profile will show up on stream for a limited time only. Why is MF Doom trending? Does anybody know MF Doom? MF Doom is trending. The closest thing to an MF Doom. Oh wait, that's the Weeknd though. That's not MF Doom. Okay, wait. You can take the Weeknd skin. Chat, I might have to start Fortnite, okay? I don't like shooty games. I'm not confident with shooty games. I don't know if I suck at them, but I feel like the one time I tried to play Apex Legends, I sucked at that. And I need a simple game, right? I need a simple game. I suck at fighting games. I think I suck at shooty games, but maybe Fortnite would be different because it seems like there's a buildy aspect to it too, and buildy stuff. I'm good at Minecraft, right? They're back. We got the sound drop. We got the sound drop? Wait, what happened? We got a sound drop? That's weird. Okay. You just finished PREU 2017 and you loved it? Oh, Prey 2017. Yes. No drop for you, says Buffy Geek. Minecraft is so fun, says Minope. Okay. Yeah, no, I just had to check on that really quick. No, let me check back and see who's giving us love on the Twitter, on the twitter.com. Wait, is this? I can't tell if this is from the post. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. This is your chance to appear on my stream in the form of an avatar. No, I do want to make it more interactive, chat, because, like, I don't know. To me, streaming, you know, content's important for growth, right? Realistically, I gotta do, you know, segments, and I gotta turn those segments into videos, and I gotta make those videos YouTube videos, and maybe even take some clips and do some shorts. And I mean, that's how you grow, right? That's how you get your content out. You don't just make VODs and expect, although honestly, the VODs do a lot of work for me. The VODs do pretty well. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at the thumbnails and the titling. I think I got the hang of YouTube a little bit, right? That does pretty well, but it would, of course, it would do well if they're actually videos. YouTube is not in the interest, as Hassan said, of pushing out streamed content, right? When the whole, I don't know if we should watch that. Hey, wait, maybe we should. That way I can put something on and take care of other things in the background. How does that sound? Let's look this up. This is a little Hassan video that I saw. He's talking about YouTube. So this little, wow, the first thing that comes up is Adam Friedland. Strange algorithm. Where are you getting that idea from? Hassan and Ludwig, right? Ludwig, if you don't know, is moving back to Twitch after having spent 2 years as an exclusive YouTube streamer, right? And you know, he wants to let us know what he learned.
That's it. Like, even if YouTube did not create the same level of monetization opportunities, if they just like massaged the platform a little bit, turned on the view count dial a little bit, just like Facebook.
Anybody else, when he says massage, anybody else thinking of like a special kind of massage? I don't know why. I don't know why my brain works like this. But when he talks about massaging the algorithm, I'm imagining somebody massaging something else, right? That like, if you want to like help a process along, sometimes you have to reach in and press the button and massage the algorithm a little bit, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, sometimes like people are different. Some people like different things. Some people don't like their buttons massaged, but others do. Others do, and it helps out massively. But I don't know, it just like sends my mind in a sexual direction for no reason whatsoever.
Did way back in the day when they moved into the video initiatives, when they like did a couple things where they made it seem like everyone was getting.
Can y'all hear
millions and millions of
Hassan? I think I
views.
just have him turned down.
YouTube could, because it has real eyeballs.
What just happened?
Oh,
he went quiet.
All right, let's do it. I got it.
He's doing the Matthew McConaughey today. What's up with that?
Did you hear that Loic is coming back to Twitch? Yes, of course. But it's not like a full-blown Twitch thing. He's just gonna be able to stream on Twitch as well. I think. Or, I mean, let's see what he said. I don't know.
He's pretending not to have pre-watched. That's what I always do too, chat.
Let's see what he had to say.
I pretend I didn't pre-watch.
Thank you. I've gathered you all here today to talk about who's gonna win amongst all the platforms. Twitch, Kick, YouTube, even Facebook. Are there any questions?
No rumble?
No Rumble. Next.
Yeah, why would they ask him if he's going to Rumble? Oh, that's right, because he's a right-wing YouTuber, MAGA male. MAGA male much? Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows, man. Everybody knows. You can't fucking hide the truth. You can't hide from the truth, and you can't hide the truth.
I cannot confirm the veracity of these statements. This may be cap. Partial cap. What is up with this sound, though?
Let's just cut to the shit.
Okay, I get it. He's doing a video where he's in a press conference. People are asking him questions, and they got the reverb effect, which just makes it sound like you can't understand what they're saying. That's okay. Sometimes we try things in videos and they don't work. That's okay, Ludwig. You're a much bigger streamer than me. You're a much bigger YouTuber than me. I will trust your... I will trust your ability to live and learn.
Representing Team YouTube at the first ever Creator Dodgeball Championship.
What?
The Creator Dodgeball Championship. Clap.
I know he's trying to make it awkward, but it's like legit awkward.
Right? Okay, you throw it to me now. Fuck. Okay, if I caught that though, my teammate would have been back in. Can we run it back? You yourself.
Okay, that's very Elon Musk energy.
Yeah, I'm a part of this. Does this mean you leaked him staying with YouTube and also streaming on Twitch? I thought this was the video where he talks about that. But it turns out he just debated it for the dodgeball thing. But I think he made another YouTube video talking about how he...
So, yeah, we did get debated.
Streaming on
How do you feel, chat?
It's been a couple of years since I dropped this video where I blew up a damn car, which was how I announced that I was leaving Twitch to start streaming on YouTube, which was a big deal for me and I guess nerds who care about live streaming, because I had done some cool things on Twitch. I was the most subscribed to live streamer at one point, and I had left for a relatively unproven platform, YouTube. And I explained why in one of my first mogul mails ever, a video that kind of started this whole channel, and it basically got clipped into a bunch of dramatic YouTube shorts. I had flipped a coin, and heads was Twitch, tails was
a whole lot of MAGA male mustache hate in here. I like the mustache.
YouTube, and it had gone with heads.
It does have that vibe to it. You know what? Oh, hey, more than the mustache, chat, the real thing that's got the MAGA energy for Ludwig is the funk music. anyone else associate funk, right, which is like the music that he had for this stuff, right? That's funk, right? Right, I associate that so strongly with not just MAGA culture, but like MAGA gym culture. So yeah, Ludwig's gonna do a creator clash with dodgeball. That's probably safer than boxing. I mean, wait a minute. He wasn't the one who did boxing though. It was iDubbbz. Huh.
Through the re-signing, I realized that my goals are not to make the most money possible. My goals...
Why is Ludwig going to Twitch like a big thing? Well, because here's why it's a big thing, all right? When Ludwig went to YouTube, the consensus was that Twitch was DOA, that Twitch was gone, that Twitch was like yesterday's news, that Kick and YouTube and all the other platforms, Rumble, we're just gonna like, you know, divide and conquer. That like, right? And now it's kind of looking different. It's looking like there might be hope for Twitch. They do have new leadership in Twitch, and they are doing some new things. They're doing some better things. They've reversed some of the really bad moves that they've made that have driven creators like Ludwig off the platform. They're still not great. They're still, you know, like I get paid, what, a 70-30 split for anything in terms of super chats, in terms of memberships on YouTube, right? And on Twitch, it's more like a 45-55. I don't even know who gets the 55. It might not be me. It might even not be me. Oh my god, I'm not keeping up with the chat very well, am I? Wait, the rapper? Which rapper? Oh yeah, the rapper, yeah, MF Doom. I think he's trending because... I think he's just trending though because incoming Surf Times raids. Welcome. Welcome, Lance fans. Welcome. So yeah, we're just checking in with Ludwig really quick to see, just kind of take the temperature of social media here, see what's going on, because like, he's such a big force when it comes to streaming that when he makes a move, there is probably something going on under the surface that's really big.
Are not to get the highest average viewership possible. My goal, simply put, is to do really cool events that I think are cool and also dope. And also,
I mean, that's very Germa of you.
Have them be seen by the most...
Any Germa fans in the audience?
...amount of people. The biggest cultural event possible. If I want to pour my heart into something, I want it...
Do I have any overlap with Germa?
To be seen by others.
Or is it just Bad Lefty? Is Bad Lefty the only... Bad Lefty, are you in here? You might be the only true Germa fan in the...
I don't even care if it makes money. So I'll tell the people...
I don't usually carry that demographic very well,
but it's true.
But we do have Bad Lefty.
I'm capping myself if I'm only streaming these events on YouTube or if I'm only streaming them on Twitch. It'd be a lot better if I stream them on both. And so that...
Vamp says, you don't suck at Apex. You just need time to acclimate. Well, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to get just like, Bad Lefty didn't make the raid. That is sad. That is very sad. I gave Bad Lefty some shit in Majority Report earlier today, so that might have something to do it. Again, chat, it might be my fault. Did I alienate Bad Lefty?
That was my proposal.
I thought we were just teasing each other.
To YouTube.
My bad.
Now, for daily streams, if I want to play Suika Game or Lethal Company or Top Frag and Valorant like I usually do, that will still happen on...
Bro, this is classic right-wing nonsense, dude. I can't believe he's fucking lying. It's like... This video...
Oh, yeah, Natalie, I absolutely found your content contribution, and I appreciate it as always. That's going to be an interesting video. Yeah, Vaush got big mad. Not so much at the Hoots video, because the Hoots video doesn't really go into depth about him. It just like refers to some controversies that he's been involved in. What's up, Lord Fortus? Good to see you. What a... Lord Fortus says, what a... Weasel! What a goddamn... Weasel! What a... Weasel! The little liar. Still literally lying to his audience. Yeah, Ludwig is lying to his audience. He won't tell them that he's a right-wing creator.
To be taken down for fake.
He's a right-wing Jim Chad.
Valorant? What the fuck are we doing here? What the absolute fuck are we doing?
Wait, you want to see the burn transition? The one that I mentioned yesterday that I never use?
YouTube. But I am...
Wait, am I looking at yesterday's chat? Where you got... Either that or like maybe my my stream yesterday just had a big... Bad Lefty! Yes! We were just talking about you. Bad Lefty, we really need to know, okay? We really need to know, does Germa have any events coming up? Because I loved the baseball thing. I love the baseball thing that Germa did. And I just don't keep up with Germa. because I'm not the right demographic, but you might know more than I do about that. Or I might be totally teasing you.
Trying to do way more events. How often will these happen? Well, the goal is every couple of months. There's specifics in the contract on what an event is and what I am allowed to co-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. But the skinny is at least every 2 months. I'm hoping to
so it's a
do an
nuanced
event that'll be co-streamed
contract.
Everyone remembers the
I know, bad lefty. I'm sorry. I was just giving you shit.
last 2v2v2v Tuesday that I participated in. I had to carry his bitch ass in Valorant. I'm just saying, this is something that people need to remember. This is something that people need to remind themselves of
Twitter
quite
links,
regularly because
Karen Hall asks, our Twitter links in chat. We got our links disabled, right? And that's like old news, right? I got harassed, probably worse than anybody I know on Twitch, right? And it was all from some drama with another politics streamer. And it just like, but it lasted for like 2 years, right? And so one of the things that we had to do to just get that shit under control was to really lock down the chat, and we still have it locked down to the point where you can't post links, but where you can post links and where you should post links is in the Discord. If you want me to, if you so choose, I can give you the Discord link right now. Let me just grab this here, because that's something that I never really, I never pushed the Discord and I never pushed the Patreon, and I need to push both of those things because those are things that could be venues for a lot more fun. We need to have a community night, chat. I'm kind of thinking that Wednesday would be like our community night. I normally don't stream on Wednesday, so it would be an entire possibility. Oh my god, somebody's sliding into the so if you do slide into the Discord right now, you just have to wait, and then right now I'm clicking on follow. Yeah, I have to assign the roles myself, because like I said, you know, we locked things down when the harassment got bad. It hasn't been like that for a long time, but you know, someday, chat, someday I'll get to like you know, actually we might do a new Discord. I am thinking of like setting up like a Patreon Discord, right? And that might eventually become the main Discord. And maybe we can make that a Discord that doesn't have, this one has an airlock. We have an airlock for people, right? It's just like a Mogus, you know, you got to come in the airlock and get checked out. And if you're okay and you're not some kind of weirdo, then we let you, if you're almost about anybody, if there's no like red flags, right? We let you in. But we actually got the strangest thing. The Discord shit came from Demon Mama's community. There was an attempt to massively brigade our Discord from Demon Mama's community. I think they just wanted me to debate Demon Mama. They really wanted to see that NCC versus Demon Mama debate, because I'd talked so much shit, but I could tell Demon Mama was not, she was too mad. I want to talk to an angry Demon Mama. That's like winning on a technicality. If you embarrass somebody in a debate because they're pissed off, right? It's not really the same as actually winning a debate, I don't think. Anyway, let's get going. Sorry.
The censors at the MAGA male right-wing factory try to take this reality down. They try to fucking make people...
I just want to hear what he has to say about YouTube, because Hassan is going to talk about YouTube streaming. That is one thing that Hassan doesn't do. There's a reason for that. And, you know, the fact that Ludwig is going back to Twitch shows that Ludwig is not entirely happy with the state of YouTube streaming as well. And we're gonna find out the reason why. I wanted to show you a new list from Turf Island of approved places that you can, they will recognize a gender change from. I heard about this, Karen Hall. I don't know if anybody posted this already, but post it in stream suggestions. That's like the best place.
Think differently.
Oh, AC, are you feeling okay? Are you not feeling okay?
Except it's the truth. I did. I carried. He threw. It's not.
You got bad vibes from what chat?
Problem. This is the truth. And yeah. Anyway, let's move on.
All right. I'm not even totally signed up for the idea that co-streaming daily streams is good, at least for me in the position I'm in. So I'm not really interested in doing that yet. So YouTube still here.
So yeah, there's an argument that by doing co-streams, which I'm doing right now, I'm breaking up my audience. That like theoretically, if I had you all in YouTube chat or I had you all in Twitch chat, that would prioritize me in the algorithm, particularly on YouTube. And I don't know. I feel like it's better to let people hang out on the platform that they like to, rather than expecting them to come to the platform that they want to. Because some people don't like, some of the Twitch people, they don't like to watch a stream on YouTube, because if you've watched a stream on Twitch, it's like going to a theater. Like, you've gone to the good theater with the nice seats. It's really comfortable. It's like climate controlled. You can, it's got like a recliner in there, 3D surround screen, and everything. And then you go to the bad theater after that. Like, the bad theater is YouTube, because they just don't care, right? So the Twitch people, a lot of them want to stay on Twitch. The YouTube people do not want to go to Twitch, because you got to sign up, you got to do all this kind of stuff. Most people do not have a Twitch account, right? And there's reasons like not to want to be on Twitch. I know better than anyone, so I just like to let people do what they want. Oh no, I hope you're okay, AC. I hope you're okay. Oh, Demon Mama's chat. Oh God, that's such a weird thing, right? I honestly wish that like, I knew Demon Mama when she was a lot smaller, and there was some stuff, she's always had an ego, okay? But back in the day, she was right about a lot of things. Like, I completely supported her in the conflict against RGR. And I think that was a really important issue. And apparently people, on my channel do as well, right? That was one of my biggest videos, when I took the debate between her and RGR tried to hide her side of the video, but I got a hold of it, and I basically stitched it together. I basically like stitched them together so they looked like they were debating against each other. On the, all that exists is a copy of the Demon Mama side of the debate and a copy of the Riley Grace Rochong side of the debate, and I put them together because I thought it was important that people actually read their body language. Like, RGR was absolutely trying to drama bait Demon Mama, and you could see that when you saw them both and you saw their reactions to what each other said, right? And Demon Mama appreciated that. She even left a nice compliment, right? So, like, I don't know, I wish things had gone different, but she did show me a side of herself that I really did not like, right? And it's okay if you're a bombastic, arrogant asshole on stream, if that's your persona, as long as that's not who you really are behind the scene. And I felt like those personalities, right, the on-screen personality of Demon Mama and the off-screen personality of Demon Mama were kind of melding, and the asshole was taking over, right? So I don't know what to say. I just, I don't hate anyone. That's all. Anyway, sorry. I'm like, chat, you're asking so many good questions. I thought they were defending the Florida man due to what Irene was talking about. Which Florida man? Oh my God, I'm so lost. Chat, this is a good sign though. Like, I mean, you're very engaged, chat. You're saying a lot of things. I'm just trying to keep up with you. Thank God NCC is showing Vanguard versus Bitch and Adam debate. Vanguard refused to air it on their channel for some. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. I hope they don't mind me watching it, but I really like their stuff. I'm a big fan of the Vanguard, and I'm not such a fan of Adam and Sitch. So I want to see some dunks.
YouTube guy doing regular YouTube live
December
streams
10th
events
this year or
will
next
be on
year? No,
both.
it's
And you
this
might have
year.
noticed that it won't be
Who was first in chat? I think it was Mono.
Coming
on
up now.
twitch.tv/.
Am I wrong? Your video for that debate was yeah.
Right, that was another stipulation of the contract.
It was like a labor of love. I enjoyed making that, and I honestly think that gender self-ID is a hugely important and widely misunderstood issue for trans people. So
It had to be a channel name that didn't make people think I was a full-time Twitch streamer. I didn't tell them I would clickbait this video, but that's why the channel name will be Mogul Moves. And you might be wondering, when is my first Twitch/YouTube stream? And it's this week. It's actually this Sunday, December 10th, around noon. I'm going to be streaming
God damn it,
the
I feel so
Creator
debated
Dodgeball
by this
World
video.
Championship, which I'm really fucking excited about. It features 6 teams. Each team's a different platform, and we're going to find the best
okay,
platform.
we know about the dodgeball thing.
Christmas.
Right,
Anyway,
so the reason he said no Rumble is because Rumble's not invited, right? It's YouTube, it's Twitch, it's podcast, but Rumble will not be part of it. I just want to see what Hassan had to say about, because he seems to have some insight on YouTube streaming. There's a reason that this guy has not gone to YouTube. He might even be signed to an exclusive, right? But he wouldn't stay there if there wasn't a reason for him to do it. So I want to know what Hassan's thinking here.
This is my concurrent viewership and my peak viewership over the 2 years that I've been on YouTube. And you can see
There's his
my average
numbers.
viewership, but still,
Okay, here's how it works.
Okay, thank you.
YouTube has a much broader base, okay? YouTube is a much larger
True.
platform. So
True.
technically on YouTube, you have a way higher ceiling. You can have these massive events. You can have these
So yeah, YouTube is the superior streaming platform in theory, for the fact that there's more unique users on YouTube, right? If a video, if a live stream competed with videos at an even level, everybody's viewership would be huge on YouTube. There'd be no reason not to stream on YouTube.
massive numbers of views. You can have a major following. It's also entirely dependent on whether or not YouTube is interested in giving you that reach. YouTube, on the other hand, has terrible discovery and has no interest in actually pumping live streaming numbers.
Okay, now he says terrible discovery. That's true and that's not true, right? The way that Vaush got big, the way that a lot of the streamers that are big on YouTube, got big. Even Destiny, right? Look at Destiny, for instance. Pretty big, fairly large YouTube account. Not huge, but does mainly streams. But he doesn't do only streams. He reliably puts up videos on his channel. Chat. If I could get to that place, I feel like we'd see some real growth. I haven't been able to balance the amount of streams I want to do with the with actually editing. And then the other option is to outsource the editing, to other people. I'm really appreciative when somebody does take one of my videos, and Zara's taken a few of my live streams and made excellent, amazing videos. You should go over and check out Zara on her YouTube channel while you go ahead and do that. That's a shout out. That's a shout out for Zara Zarix, right? If you haven't subscribed to Zara on YouTube yet, right? It's I would highly suggest it. Okay, but there's there's only so much that everybody can do. I don't really expect a lot of people. I don't expect somebody to just out of the kindness of their heart, like Zara, make videos for me on the regular, right? So the normal thing to do would be to hire an editor. Problem with that is, okay, I'm still not good financially, right? I'm still not in a good spot financially, and B, I have a certain way that I like my videos to look. I have lived and I have learned and I have struggled. I have been the camel traipsing through the desert. I have been the lion roaring at the dragon. And I am almost the child with the power to turn their back on the dragon and all its dragon shining with all its scales. Anyway, sorry. For those of you who haven't read Nietzsche, that might be a little bit obscure, but I'm sorry. That is a wild thing to say. What I'm saying, chat, is that I've got aesthetic when it comes to YouTube, and I don't know how to explain that aesthetic to other people. I don't know if I could accurately create a style guide or something where I'd be able to get somebody else in there as an editor. But yeah, it seems like it needs to happen. But yeah, that's the way to grow on YouTube. So in other words, what Hassan's saying is that as a streamer, YouTube does not help you grow. YouTube does not help you get discovered. That is true, right? But they do have the ability to upload videos, which Twitch does not. Twitch, the only way you grow is by, kind of schmoozing with the, bigger streamers. And that's just never something that I've had a lot of interest in. The time that I did it kind of blew up in my face, right? I really wished I hadn't schmoozed Dylan Burns, right? I think I'd be a lot better off now without ever having an interaction with people like that. But that's what Hassan's talking about, right? Is that that he's saying that these are the limitations of YouTube. There are also limitations for Twitch.
It is literally a matter of turning the dial for them. If they tweaked it even remotely, even marginally, every single YouTube streamer.
So what he's saying is YouTube has made the calculation that they are not choosing to promote streams the same way that they promote YouTube videos. You get a debuff, right? YouTube makes the assumption that people are not interested in streams, and it's generally because streams are live and they're less engaging, they're less manicured, they're less calculated to maximize watch time compared to videos, right? And so YouTube just assumes that that's the way that it is. But in the truth of the matter, some people, even YouTube watchers, actually prefer live stream.
Could technically get hundreds of thousands of live viewers, real live viewers, as a matter of fact. However, for YouTube, live viewership is costly, and they do not believe that it's an important market for them to tackle. And they've made that clear. They've made that.
Yeah, so there's servers involved. Yeah, there may be. I didn't ever think of that, but that might be right. It's more costly.
Obvious. They tried it under the watchful eye of Fwiz, who left when he was in charge of YouTube gaming. This was like a big thing that they did. But Susan Wojcicki left, Fwiz left, and of course, I think that in the new YouTube era that we're in, they care way more about VOD, and more importantly, they care about shorts. They do not see Twitch as a competition that they care about, a market share that they want to tackle. Live streaming is not a market share they want to tackle. They want shorts. They want to tackle.
So do you get it? Like the way that Twitch is behaving, right? That like the thing that I just told you about the fact that Twitch doesn't have the same kind of discoverability as YouTube. You can put up a video on Twitch. It's called a highlights. You know, if you go to my Twitch channel on Twitch and you you have to go through a few things, you know, go to videos, go over to highlights. If you find my highlights, right, you can watch all the segments that I do every day, but most of them have 0 views because people can't find that. It's not in an ideal place. There's nothing pushing the highlights, right? So in other words, Twitch is not competing with YouTube, and so YouTube does not feel it necessary to compete with Twitch in the same way that they want to compete with TikTok, and they're actually hurting themselves to do so. What do I mean? I'm talking about YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts are designed to be an alternative to TikTok, and they don't do a good job of selling ads. It's hard to advertise. It's hard to monetize those shorts. So the fact that YouTube is stuck with their shorts, strategy shows that they find TikTok to be a big enough threat that they're literally just competing with them, maybe, at a loss. Like those things, don't keep people, on, they don't keep people engaged. And most importantly, they don't sell products. And YouTube needs to sell products, even if some of those products are kind of, well, I won't say, chat. I'm not going to talk shit about I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me. Right now, it's YouTube that's feeding me. So I have only nice things to say about the YouTube overlords. But yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. YouTube sees TikTok as a bigger threat to it than Twitch. And so they're going after Twitch's lunch money. And they're not going after, they're going after TikTok's lunch money. They're not going after Twitch's lunch money.
TikTok. And they've seen a tremendous number. They've seen a massive increase in traffic and a massive increase in, I guess, like watch time, people staying on the platform when they moved over to Shorts. And they're continuously experimenting with like shorter and shorter forms of content. That is
I don't know if that's right. I mean, yeah, there's watch time and everything. It works the same way that as TikTok is. In fact, it's addictive. If you've ever gotten into like a shorts rabbit hole, like you'll watch a lot of stuff that you're not necessarily don't necessarily care about, right? And you'll watch it because it's there. And it's really easy to just like lose a couple hours to shorts. But I don't think that Shorts is really making the ad money that they need. I think they just want to screw TikTok, or they want to get in TikTok's way, right? They want to make sure that TikTok does not eat their cookies. Mini Doctor. Bunch of people are feeling too in a bunch of places. Love my Shorts addiction. Yeah. Got 2 hours. 2 hours later.
Precisely the reason why the live streaming is in the exact opposite direction.
So that's where I'm at, chat. Like, I mean, that's what I wanted to watch with you. Just a little housekeeping, I guess, explaining why I need to find a way to, like, there's so much content this week that I felt like I have to stream every day, or else something's going to slip between my fingers. But I also have to figure out a way to get those videos out. So that's kind of where we're at right now in terms of Twitch and in terms of YouTube, that there is a possibility, like, should somebody in the YouTube upper echelon decide that they want to go after Twitch's cookies, then we'd be kind of in business. But I don't see that happening, right? Twitch, you know, they're going after TikTok's content because TikTok's more of a threat, whereas Twitch not so much. Okay, so that's that. I didn't want to stick too long on that. Let's get to the content that I know that you all care about probably most. All right, we got a lot of things that you're going to be interested in today. There's a new Innuendo Studios video. We've got Chuds going after Grand Theft Auto 6 for some weird reasons, right? Some really weird, strange reasons that even anti-Semitic Chuds like Jackson Hinkle are going after GTA 6. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, like, so the Hoots video that we watched yesterday, guess who else watched it? It was Vaush. Vaush watched the video. And I thought at first that maybe Vaush was going to lose his shit on Hoots and go after Hoots the way that, yeah, I mean, like, a lot of times Vaush goes after video essayists that make videos about him or Xander Hall or anybody in the network, right? I don't feel like he was as mad about Hoots, since, like, Hoots didn't go into super detail, just, like, mentioned a few of Vaush's scandals, as he was in his chat. There were people in his chat, a lot of people, kind of agreeing with Hoots. And it's a funny thing to see. So we got that coming forward. But yeah, first and foremost, I know what you are all here for more than anything. At least I suspect. Am I right about that? One in chat if you think I'm right. That what you're really here for more than any of the other stories that I'm covering today has got to be Sitch and Adam versus the Vanguard. And two in chat if I'm wrong, because, like, I can always be wrong. That's entirely a possibility. I can be wrong. Posted 2 new shorts yesterday. One of them has 2K views. Nice. Good job. The other has 82. Yeah, they either take off or they don't. It's weird. It's really strange. I don't know who either of these people are. Okay, so that's Adam and Sitch. I'm glad you don't know who these people won. So you're right about that. So some people are really here for this. Okay, so yeah, Adam and Sitch, oh God, they're in, the best way to describe them is intellectual dark web, okay? They're not like mega hyper chuds, but they're like those kind of people that they really have a problem with SJWs. They really have a problem, you know, with leftists, and you know, they maybe sort of have a problem with Trumpists, but not as big of a problem. So I class them as being intellectual dark web. You know, they're very much like that, you know, fedora tipping, I am a heterodox thinker kind of vibe. They are the same damn people who interviewed Anna Kasparian. That's Karen Kasparian even. One of my other shorts had none has 2K views. Oh, one has 36K views. Good job. Good job. You're really crushing that shorts game, AC. You're good with whatever. Okay. 2, yeah. You're here for me. Oh my God, that's so nice of you. You are so sweet, or else ellipsis. 1, yeah. So, oh, okay, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's not as overwhelming. Wait, MIDI doctors, are you saying Vaush? Like Vaush? What's up, Dr. Butler? That's a losing position because the right-wing chuds love GTA because they're too stupid to understand the satire. That is so often true. That is so often true. But yeah, they're complaining about it being overly sexualized. And I'm trying to remember. God, there's some straight up like weird anti-Semitic stuff from Jackson Hinkle on, you know, speaking of, first of all, he misrepresents the game as being like pro-Israel, which it's not. It's not. He shows what I'm told is a screen cap of a mod of Grand Theft Auto 5, not Grand Theft Auto 6, but somebody's modded Grand Theft Auto 5 and they put Israel's flag in it. And they're like, he's like, here's the picture. See, Israeli flag. They're pro-Israel. No, they do not have like a freaking Israeli flag flashing in their trailer. They're not trying to make like a political statement. That's not even their game. That's a mod of their game, right? So first of all, he connects Rockstar Games to Israel, which there's no real connection. As far as I can tell, that's not real, right? And second of all, he says that there's an agenda, and this is where it gets really dark, like an agenda to sexualize children. He thinks that children are who plays GTA. And like, that could not be more wrong, okay? So first of all, rated A for adult, or what is it called? Is that the rating, A for adult? It's like the highest rating. It's 18 plus, right? It's literally not for kids, right? And B, this game has been around since, like, I don't know, the early 2000s or the 90s, okay? This is an old franchise. The people that are like have fond memories of GTA, whatever, they're not children. They're not even close to being children. They are not in the same demographic as me and Bad Lefty, right? They're not they're not Zoomers, they're not Gen Alpha, right? They're not they're not in Germa's audience, okay? That's not what's going on. To be fair, children aren't supposed to play. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Any video game that's popular are going to get played by kids. But like the insinuation that, you know, and when he says Israel, I swear to God, this guy, like, he does not mean Israel. He means Jewish people. Okay. And I mean, this goes back to this is Nazi shit. This is Nazi shit. The idea that Jewish people want to, like, you know, cause degeneracy. That's where it goes, right? That's where it goes. Infrared Haas is on there saying that he thinks that like that maybe degenerate gamers should be arrested and put in jail, right? Because this is bad for the kids. This is bad for the kids. And of course the like sexual images in there. But yeah, that's not what we're talking about now. I don't know if they do some social media takes. But we'll find out. Okay, let's get into it. Am I making the wrong content decision? I feel like I thought you all would want to see what's up, Valerie. When I heard it might have a pronoun section, I had flashbacks to start. Oh my God, I'm having flashbacks to, like,
Fucking pronouns!
Right? That's where I'm at right now. It's late 90s. Yeah, it's pretty old. Yeah, me and Irene. Yeah, we're Zoomers here. So that's the truth. We're Germa's audience. We're both mods in the Germa Twitch chat. Two guys that listen to Anna Kasparian say, "I'm afraid to talk to people outside of my own race." Yeah, that's who this is. That's who this is. So anyway, we'll do the Vaush thing after this, right? Because I know a lot of you are excited to see Vaush get angry at his own chat. And, you know, like, he's like, literally, I'm joking around with Bad Lefty about ages and stuff, right? Vaush is literally complaining about the you know, youngness of the demographic in his chat. I don't know if that's real. I get the feeling that Vaush's chat is, like, I don't know, anywhere from like 25 to 35. That would be my guess. But he seems to think, I don't know, he's got his analytics. Maybe he knows more than I do. But yeah, he's complaining that they're TikTok SJWs, and they're all woke scolds. So I wonder how that happened. I don't know.
Cool. Zach, do you want to try coming back in StreamYard, and then we can just try to work? Hey guys.
Okay, so we're having a few technical difficulties.
We're just trying to get the audio situation figured out. So hopefully
it's IDW audio.
This works out. If not, you guys can just watch the discussion over on Sitch and Adam's channel. But we're gonna.
Oh, they had technical difficulties. So for anybody who's wondering why they didn't put this video up on their channel, I think they had technical difficulties. They might be in the position where they'd literally have to rip a copy of Sitch and Adam's video in order to put it up. I'm guessing they will, though.
Try to figure it out.
There we go.
Yeah, because I'm getting like a horrible echo.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming in through your mic on Zoom. I think it's going to like your laptop or computer mic or something.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me.
Oh, yeah, they're all mad because the game features a female protagonist. I play a female protagonist when I can. I don't want to watch a dude's ass for 100 plus hours. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, like, it's funny because people are joking. Oh my God, the ads just started. Oh, I didn't even warn you. I didn't even warn you they were coming. I didn't even warn you. It's my own fault, chat, that we have like 2 people on the leaderboard for December with at one gift sub and two gift subs respectively. Because I never let you know when this is happening. Anyway, I can't do anything about it now. So
dip out
Like
for a
the input
second
there.
here.
Yeah, take your time. It's no big
Sorry,
deal here.
guys.
This is how you know.
you played Metroid when you were like 3, no problems. And the other thing about Vice City is it's like the thing that I've noticed, all right, is that it's Vice GTA 6, right? Female protagonist. What else? Part 6 had a female JoJo Part 6 had a female protagonist, right? And chat, if we get lucky, right? GTA, JoJo, what's next? Persona. Persona 6 is coming up. All right, Persona, you had, I mean, technically, like, Maya from Persona 2 Eternal Punishment was a protagonist, right? So one of the Persona 2 games had a female protagonist. But there's also Persona 3 had the option to be, it wasn't Persona 3 though. It wasn't when it came out. It was like the reboot, like when they reintroduced it. You could be you could be the MC, right? The main character, right? Who's this mysterious emo boy, or you could be the FemC, who is awesome and has like one of those staffs with a knife on it. You know, what do you call those things? Like a halberd or something? Anyway, yeah, but Persona has never just like had, yeah, the protagonist is woman, deal with it.
Adam is a truly moral person because he's like, listen, you guys, you know.
That's right, Bad Lefty, 6 and 6.
We're not going to tell your audience to come to our channel.
Look, Jay from New Jersey for $20 says, movie question. Why do movie buffs hate on Marvel so much? It's not Marvel's fault that most non-Marvel movies are trash.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, actually. Did you hear what we were saying?
No, I didn't, but I'm reading your super chat on your channel.
Okay,
so.
gotcha. Yeah, I noticed.
If they read the Vanguard super chat, does that mean they get the money?
Yeah, it was that was an interesting question. We're the biggest Marvel haters on the internet, probably. I never got the Marvel bug. I never.
Okay, so no, I'm not going to be very useful in this discourse, right? Because I just don't know. I've watched Iron Man 3. There's like one other Marvel movie that I watched. I don't watch many superhero movies. I don't watch many movies, right? So I don't know. What do you think, chat? Are Marvel movies bad? Are Disney movies bad? And if so, why? Right? Because we're gonna or else Ellipsis fucks with Persona.
Never got into it. Honestly, that might be the best jumping off point.
Look, you guys are tipping a toe into the anti-SJW realm with that.
Careful. Careful, Zach and Gavin. They'll try to get
what are you talking about?
But that's what's funny about that is that we're gonna. I mean, it's worse than that. I'm actually like an annoying film bro when it comes to it. I hate the like Model T Ford. Like,
I feel like the Vanguard knows a lot more than I do about movies in general. Marvel movies are boring and soulless. Yeah, okay, so in general, yeah, I mean, like I said before, I don't watch superhero movies. A lot of that's because there's so many of them, and like I never grew up with comic books. Okay, I was into anime, and that got me into manga a little bit, but that's a little bit different, right? Manga hits different. It's not the same as American comic books. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of have to defer to people with more experience on you know, in terms of the stuff. Problem is there are way too many. Yeah, I agree. There's way too many of them, and I do think what you said about them being soulless and repetitive, I mean, like the genre is, but it's not. I don't know. I don't want to hate on the genre. I like stuff that any criticism you can make for Marvel movies and for comic books, you could probably make for some of the stuff that I'm into too. Like Persona, come on. Like I can't say that like, oh no, I've got the refined taste here. I only fucks with the very best media out there. I'm sure that my stuff is shallow too, right? But it's niche, right? And as long as it stays niche, it's fine. I think it's the fact that they've, they've just gotten so lazy when it comes to movies, in terms of like picking stuff that has a built-in audience, right? They know that stuff will slap, even if it doesn't really slap, even if it doesn't bang, it slaps, right? So, oh my God, Shakespeare, welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. You have triggered my stand. We were just talking about JoJo too. That's what happens when you trigger Spice Girl. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream today, by the way? And what were you talking about? We're here watching we're about to see a beatdown. It's a Sitch and Adam versus the Vanguard. Okay, but so far we're talking about movies, and I don't know, chat. What do you think, right? Because you're just coming in here. Like, give us your opinions, Twitch Raiders. How bad are Marvel movies? How bad are superhero movies, right? How bad are movies in general? And what do you blame for it? Because I get the feeling that what Sitch and Adam are going to blame for it is the woke message of the movies is what makes them bad. I'm sure that's not what the Vanguard is on about, because they have a similar critique in terms of the movies being lazy. We were talking about traditionalism, perennialism, and Giga Chad. Of course, lots of Giga Chad. And if you want to check out more coverage of Giga Chad among some really cool history streams and some insights that you will get nowhere else, give Shakespeare a follow. I highly suggest it. Here we go. I'm even going to hit that shout out button to make sure you know where to follow Shakespeare. Rats, we're rats, pray at night, we stalk the night, we're the rats, the giant rat that makes all the rules, let's see what kind of trouble we can get into ourselves. That sounds like lyrics, but I don't know what they're lyrics to. I thought that only leftists had technical difficulties. I thought so too. They killed their stream after debating if we would hear them. Amateur hour for NCC. Oh my god, bad. Yeah, or else ellipsis, you're right. I did get a 0 out of 10 that time because I didn't. It's like not turning in my homework. Okay, so what's the homework? The homework is mentioning that at the 30 of every hour, at the middle of every hour, as well as at the top of every hour, there is a 1 minute and 30-second ad break. An ad break that you can avoid if you use a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you get a free sub. If you use that sub on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. You also get some cool emotes, and you'll get a cool little Persona 2 avatar next to your face, which I think is the best part of the subscription. The best part of it, though, the Prime sub, is it costs you no money. It takes no money out of your pocket. It puts money in my pocket. It gets us closer to our sub goals, which I'm just being reminded that I need to reset for today. The ads are 69ing. They are. That's right, Globets. That's exactly what's going on. The ads are absolutely 69ing, right? You can also get one by paying for one for yourself. I think it's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky, you could be the recipient of somebody else's generosity. We do have a very easy leaderboard to take over at this point. Even, gifting like 3 subs would put somebody on the top of the leader. The depressing leaderboard for December so far. I don't know. We'll see if it picks up later. But you can, so you're more likely to get a gift sub. You're more likely to be the recipient of one of those if you're active in chat, because that way people know, like Globets, that you don't have any way to get out of the ad break otherwise. So that's your best bet if you are in that position. Let's see. Oh my god, so much chat to read. Never got into GTA because the car physics is so bad. Persona 6 someday, right? We just got Persona Tactica. I know that Atlas is working on Persona 6. I've heard leaks, Chad. I got an inside source at Atlas. It's Igor. Yeah, Igor tells me stuff every night. Every night when I go to sleep over there in my bed, Chad, I'm whisked away into the Velvet Room, and Igor gives me the inside scoop on all things Persona and all things SMT. Loner Box. Oh, that's what's going on today. Oh my god, yeah. So what do people have an assessment of Loner Box's position on? Because I just I stopped watching Loner Box a long time ago. I can't stand Loner Box. But I've heard various things. Like Hassan seems to think that Loner Box's takes on Israel Palestine are all right. Whereas from some other people like Sisyphean Task here is telling me that it's more like soft Zionism, if nothing else. Don't make you have a heart attack? Oh my god, I don't want to do that. Oh my god, I'm so far behind in chat. The problem is there's way too many of those Marvel movies. Yeah, so we're trying to get a sense of the Marvel movies, because I just don't know. I don't watch them. I don't want to make criticisms. I especially don't want to yuck somebody else's yum. Like I said, I like some pretty embarrassing, pretty cringe weeb stuff. If you like Marvel movies, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to judge you for that. Quick say the R word? Why? Superhero movies are fine when you want to just, shut up your mind for a while. That's true. MCU is like Uncanny Valley. Oh, too much CGI, too much. Marvel is CIA propaganda. I feel that. They have become a pantheon of demigods. It's very Roman. Yeah, but they need, I don't know. It does get stale. Who is JoJo? JoJo. Konosei, no. Kono se no sadame Jojo. Okay, I think wait, no, I'm still not through the old German reference. Oh my god, I missed the German reference. See, I need to actually be in the stream more. I'm gonna get demodded over there. Persona 3 make, yeah, you're right, Nabil, you're right. And there's a chance that that's gonna let them put off Persona 6 more. Yeah, what they do is they put out like a main line Persona title, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or really 3, 4, 5 are their big ones, right? That's where they got big. And what they do after that is they're like, let's do a dancing game, let's do a fighting game, let's do a million different iterations of the original game, let's add new characters, there's a new sexy girl that you can date in the game, right? And then like 10 years later, you talk to Igor. Oh my god, yeah. Well, I mean, it's more like Igor talks to me, and also Elizabeth. Loner rubs you the wrong way, says Michael Seitz. Yeah, I just don't watch Loner that much, so I can't really say. I don't want to judge Loner's, you know, takes without having seen them, because that would be silly. Obviously, Loner's takes on trans issues were somewhat sus, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, I think I caught up with chat. Sorry about that.
Assembly line manufacturing, take all of the creativity out of
Hell
every
yes.
IP and
Oh
make
yes.
it fucking, like, you
Speaking
know what I mean?
my language. Yes.
Like Gavin and I are not opposed to, and I don't want to speak for Gavin, but he has his own fucking snobby film opinions. But I'm a big fan of the idea of like building and doing creative riffs on a franchise. Like Gavin and I, well, I could say I appreciated more than I liked every element of the delivery of Joker. I thought it flew a little bit too close to the Taxi Driver source material, but I get that was part of the appeal. I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies as much as my audience will be triggered. I was just talking a little bit shit on Sam Raimi. You know, the old Tim Burton Batman movies, Gavin and I love watching during the Christmas time because it's just very like unique. You know, you actually get to feel a sense of that like auteur cinema, right? The authorship of what they're trying to do and a repurposing of the comic book stuff. I just feel like it's been, you know, very, you know, popcorny in a bad way instead of popcorny in a good way. Like you can make a, you know, Jaws was the film that invented blockbuster cinema. You know what I mean? It was very creative. It was ambitious. They had to overcome technological, you know, obstacles. They had to figure out how they could work within their budget. There was a lot of creative freedom given to a young aspirational guy named Steven Spielberg. And I just don't think you're getting that nowadays. You're getting guys like Ryan Coogler who will make really amazing low budget films like Fruitvale Station, and then they'll get poached and they'll make a movie like Creed, which, you know, I'm a fan of just because I grew up
loving. You know how we rated Alf last time? We rated the channel Alf because I wanted you to see some Alf, right? I didn't know who, like I thought it was time to rate Alf, but Alf thanked us.
In the Rocky movies, but not necessarily what I would have loved to see him doing, not as intimate as I think that he would be, you know, making of films. And then it's the same deal. Marvel throws so much money at him. It's impossible for him to say no. He's got to think about his family. At that point, he's thinking about his kids with how much money he's making. So they take really good live talent and they just force it to make, you know, polished, sanitized, you know, one note kind of movies, which I get please a lot of people. And if that's your audience, that's your audience. I don't want to sound like a huge douchebag, but for us, I was like, fuck, dude, it feels like.
I think there's definitely a lot of Marvel movies that I would agree with that. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You know, I don't think like the first Iron Man. I mean, obviously,
I think those movies have the best case. Yeah, for sure.
You know, I think, you know, I think the first Avengers is pretty good. I think.
So I mean, like, I don't hear anything I agree. I hate to say that I'm agreeing with Sitch and Adam, but I don't think this part's controversial. That the movies were cool when they first started out. You know, there weren't a lot of movies like that, and it was somewhat refreshing. But yeah, it's just gotten
second one kind of
stale.
Sucks. I think the first Infinity Wars was pretty good, and I don't perceive that as exist. I mean, it has a formula, has the big dumb fight at the end. With all the armies. But taking the big dumb army fight at the end, I think that's pretty good. I think Thor Ragnarok. So I mean, I wouldn't just say like a broadly that they're all follow the formula, but definitely recently they seem.
Dr. Butler, I get your Persona 3 reference.
But I mean, Iron Man 3, when did that come out? Like 2013?
I know, a million
years ago.
Yeah, I think that's the one I saw. I think that's the one I saw.
I will say that in the first phase of Marvel, like in the lead up to Infinity War and Endgame, they did a pretty good job.
I've never seen Infinity War. Everybody loves that one.
Laying the groundwork for that ultimate team up movie. I think they did a pretty good job, like introducing all the characters and making it genuinely exciting when they all came together in the first and second Avengers movie and stuff like that. I remember that. I think they did a good job laying the groundwork for, at the time, what was a pretty innovative approach to the whole cinematic universe thing. But I just think after Endgame, like they've totally failed to recreate any sort of similar strategy as far as actually getting people to give a shit about the new Avengers or the new team, anything like that. It's crazy how much they've dropped the ball, in my opinion. And I was actually going to ask you guys about that because I was just watching your video about the Disney.
Wow. Carrie Len Sparvier, thank you for becoming a member or renewing a membership. Yeah, thank you for the renewal.
CEO and him, kind of admitting that like if you go woke, you go broke. Do you guys think that that's like actually the reason why Marvel, for example?
So I'm thinking, is the debate going to start now? Are we going to get into it? Is it going to stop being a circle jerk now?
Or Disney as a whole is kind of suffering right now, like the whole wokeness stuff infused into media and pop culture? Or do you think that's just one element of it? I was just interested in kind of broaching a bit of a conversation with that.
I mean, I definitely think it's an element of it. I wouldn't say it's like the whole picture. I think basically there's like a weird thing that's going on where it seemed like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, maybe there was like a big push to have very writer-driven movies and TV shows. And, we had like a lot of good things kind of seem to come out of that. And then now it's like there's like a lot of like studio-driven, high up, kind of what you're complaining about, where like, here's a formula, you have to kind of do this thing driven project. Right. And then when they have the writer driven project, it's really weird, especially you see this in like Marvel and Disney stuff. It's like, it's all like hyper infused with weird woke morality shit. And it's kind of confusing. And so the question is, okay, so like when you watch something like She-Hulk, which I don't know if you ever saw, but it was awful.
Yeah.
When you watch something like She-Hulk,
saw the still photos of how bad.
What is woke stuff? I mean, just remember that this. So we got Zach and Gavin. They're pretty cool, right? They're taking on Sitch and Adam. And look, here's the thing about Sitch and Adam. I feel like, and I'm not trying to say that they are like the most hardcore right wingers you'll ever see, but they do a good job of kind of hiding their power level. They do a good job of seeming approachable. They talk to more like left-oriented people than and try to even find things that they agree with on with left-oriented people than most right-winger creators. However, like I don't know how to say that they're like to describe their ideology as anything other than intellectual dark web would be an obfuscation. I loved She-Hulk. Okay, so yeah, I've only heard of these things. I've not seen. Like I said, I don't watch superhero movies. I don't really watch many movies at all. And when they are, half of the time they're like animated, or it's like, like the stuff on Netflix, right? I don't really see a lot of stuff, but we do have a vote. We do have some people saying She-Hulk was good, because I've heard nothing but shit talked about it. But again, these are people generally that I don't agree with politically, right? And there's one thing, like, okay, so if you want to say that a movie is like shoving an agenda down your throat, and that let me rephrase that, right? Everything is political. Everything has an agenda, even if it's just reinforcing the status quo. And indeed, the most common agenda that you see in anything is an agenda that reinforces the status quo, right? Movies do a great job of reinforcing capitalist realism generally. So there's always an agenda being shoved down your throat. It's like whether or not you notice it, it's whether or not you're okay with it. It's whether or not it's whether or not it stands out, right? That like makes the difference, right? But I'm open to like an argument that if a message, like, it doesn't matter how good your message is if you deliver it in a ham-fisted way. And yeah, there's, plenty of movies that do that.
It looked, and I was like, I'm never wasting my time with this, but go on.
So, but like She-Hulk is like
added that Mandela was not successful, not due to ANC, but allying with the white man.
Hyper woke in terms of the politics of the show.
Loner Box, you will never be Destiny. Here's the thing about Loner Box, right? He is doing well right now. And the reason for that is that he has managed to finesse the trick that I don't think even Brianna Wu could do, right? Brianna Wu tried to like live halfway between Destiny and Vaush and did not succeed, right? She's a lot more accepted, I think, in the Destiny circles than in the Vaush circles. She's pissed off too many Vaushites, right? But Loner Box is actually, I think, yeah, he's talking to Vaush today. He'll probably be talking to Destiny tomorrow. That's like a sweet spot that not many people are able to occupy. And so, you know, that's where a lot of his numbers are coming from right now. I will say he is a better protagonist for soft Zionism than Destiny. That was worrying. I mean, Destiny's Zionism is not very soft, though. Speaking of which, to the best of my knowledge, Midas Touch has not talked about. Oh, I can see why, right? A lot of people just don't want to take a stand on it either way because they know that like half of their audience is gonna bolt. You can smell it on them, but not everyone has the sixth sense. I love how you spelled sixth sense.
And the question is like, okay, so obviously you putting in like politics people don't agree with, that's going to turn people off. And so does that what we mean when we say that wokeness ruins something? Or do what we mean is, well, is it because the people writing the show, they're not like thinking about it in terms of, okay, this should have a narrative story structure of a, character.
I just feel uncomfortable commenting on this because like, there's a possibility to, there's a lot of ways to ruin a story. There's a lot of ways to ruin a movie. And there's a lot of things that maybe you could be preoccupied with that might get in the way of making a movie actually good, making the delivery mechanism for whatever kind of message that you're trying to deliver actually work. But low key, those boys are all about their money. Are you talking about Sitch and Adam, or are you talking about the Vanguard? She-Hulk was pretty awful. They attempted feminism without understanding it. Oh yeah, God, that is unfortunate. Well, I mean, again, I'm commenting on stuff that I haven't seen. I'm tempted to like look at the other timestamps here.
Journey that kind of follows your classical hero journey that movies and television, all these things have been kind of based off of forever. And like
classical hero's journey, Joseph Campbell. Now we are in, like I told you, these guys were IDW, right? Now we're in Jordan Peterson territory here. Now look, there is something to be said about the conventions of storytelling, right? But if we look at the stuff that the hero cycle comes from, it's like, it's very male centric. It's very like, I don't know. I feel like there's kind of like the problem with Joseph Campbell, if you haven't really dealt with him that much, is that what he thought he saw was a pattern, not just in Western civilization, but in all civilization. And a lot of that was him superimposing a Western perspective on like non-Western culture, right? And I think that there's maybe a lack of criticality that these guys are looking at something like that, right? Because, to be critical of that is to be woke. And that's the one thing that IDW people do. That's the one name tag they do not want to hang on their neck, right? Is a woke, name tag, right? They don't want to be that person, right? So they're less likely to be critical of that sort of thing. And as a result, their analysis kind of sucks. Let's see what else they got for us, right? Because this is, like I said, I can't really comment that much about, superhero movies like one way or another. Like, I kind of got to take them at their word, and that's dangerous because their word is not good. Their word is not reliable. We've seen them lead us astray before. Okay, the downfall of Marvel and Disney, is that what we're on right now? Yeah, we're on the downfall of Marvel and Disney. Like I said, I don't know how much I can really add to that conversation. Let's take a look at what they had to say about Glenn Greenwald. That should be good, right? Glenn Greenwald, has talked to the Vanguard. I think they've done content with Glenn Greenwald. This is somebody that, oh my God, ads start in 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Okay, I actually noticed it this time. So it's time for me to do my job for once and tell you that we got an ad break coming up at us. It's, I think, a top of the hour ad break. That is what we're closest to right now. And that is 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads beamed directly to your eyes. If that does not sound like your idea of a good time, there are alternatives. You can use, if you have Twitch Prime, a Twitch Prime sub. Then you will no longer see those ads, and it will cost you nothing, and it will benefit me, and it'll get us closer to a sub goal, potentially making the stream go longer than the 3 hour base unit that I always exceed anyway. But yeah, we can get to more content potentially with hitting the sub goal, so that you help everybody out basically, and it costs you nothing. So there's no reason not to. If you have the ability to drop a Twitch Prime sub, do that and get yourself out, help yourself out, help the stream out, and help me out as well, right? You can also pay for one. You can pay for a Twitch sub for $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough, you might be the beneficiary of somebody else's generosity. It can happen. It does happen. It's a very easy leaderboard to go to the front of right now. You just have to drop. Somebody would just have to drop like 3 gift subs to be the #1 on the leaderboard. But it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat. So more reason for you to be active in chat.
That should be the first thought.
Because I feel like a lot of times Twitch just sees YouTube and how active they are and how engaged they are, and how they're able to drop a like, whereas Twitch is not able to drop a like, and they just get disheartened. They're like, there's no way that we could ever compete. There is a way. It is possible. It has happened before, and it can happen again. And it's all up to you, making that chat active, because people can see you. I can see you. You can even interact with the people on Twitch if you so choose.
And then kind of like the political things should come in secondly. But instead, because the people doing the stuff are woke, they're kind of working YouTube, backwards. Sorry. Either they're working backwards to infuse their political stuff first.
On wokeness. Let's do Glenn Greenwald.
Because the thing that was driving me crazy about it, and why I think Tim was completely correct about this, is that in the letter itself, like, yes, he does talk about like supporting Israel and stuff like that, but huge parts of the letter are about, America has to adopt Sharia law, the fact that we permit.
Did we miss something?
Trend or whatever you want to call it is nothing more than that. People just reading this letter and being like, he makes some decent points in the same way that you might read like the.
They're talking about the Osama bin Laden letter.
What annoys me? So there's I remember this really weird interaction with WikiLeaks was basically trying to outwoke Glenn Greenwald, and then WikiLeaks kind of hurts Hillary Clinton. Everyone's like, oh, they're so based and anti-woke. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you not remember the thing?
I know that, to this day, I'm pretty sure he has been for much of his career, but I know to this day, Glenn is a...
What are we talking about?
But no, I will say that for when it comes to a guy like Glenn, I can pretty comfortably say that the dude is anti-terrorism, just for the record.
So... Yeah,
$1
million, and it's already obviously made its budget.
I'm the last of anybody to complain about bookmarks. There's some chance that these could have been like AI bookmarks.
Back like times 10. But it's like, what the hell is Hollywood doing, racking up these budgets, and then it's like money laundering or something.
Okay, so we're at the end of the discussion about Marvel and movies and Hollywood and Disney and the stuff that I can't really comment on because I don't see these movies.
People have basically rejected that too. If you look at the most successful films of the year, you mentioned the Godzilla movie and how they made that for about 15 million. But what was the movie that
really?
I never make it?
I didn't know it was so cheap. It looks great.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks amazing. But yeah, it was the people that show up in like Hollywood
Godzilla's
productions.
A star anyway.
Yeah.
So you guys,
here we go.
Well, you guys did a stream, and I think you had one of Sitch's tweets up,
Sitch
and it was
said
about
that Glenn
like
was
Israel
a Hamas
Palestine
terrorist sympathizer, and I said that I did not think so.
So, like I said, the first part of the debate is a little bit of a circle jerk, but then again, it is about media takes, so take that with a grain of salt.
I said Glenn Greenwald was a Hamas terrorist.
Didn't you say thank you for? I believe, and this was a while ago, so I'm not tripping about it, but I do remember we reacted to it on. I believe Tim Pool. It was something along the lines of like, thank you, Tim Pool, for calling out Glenn Greenwald and others.
Oh, the Osama bin Laden tweet.
Oh, there we go. So not Hamas terrorists. It was
not
Glenn,
Hamas.
it was
Al Qaeda. You got it wrong.
There we go. Okay, sorry. No, I can say pretty.
Well, you guys
firmly
are
that
welcome to respond to any of our
good
stuff.
catch.
Obviously, you
only
guys
if you say
gotta
that I'm
keep us
right.
honest.
What do you mean?
Good catch, Variant. It's great man. It's basically great man theory of history. That is one another bias of the Joseph Campbell person, and also it's just so like it's freshman English shit, right? It's basic. Joseph Campbell is really basic, okay? And if we want to get into Joseph Campbell, right, there's some really sketchy stuff about the man himself, right? He's not necessarily the great storyteller and awesome dude that everybody thinks he is. But yeah, definitely biased through the by the great man theory of history.
That's the only way you can
Oh no,
respond.
obviously,
I mean,
like, and
yeah,
same, obviously.
Yes.
Oh, of course, and yeah, we dunk on people all the time. It's no hard feelings if we ever means you guys. We actually really, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I like your guys'
Look,
show.
I watched part of it, and I didn't
I don't know how anybody can watch this show and like it.
think you guys were like very mean or anything. So.
That's good.
I
good.
think if I remember correctly, I may have overbracingly said that Sitch. I think it was just a result of you being addicted to being wrong. Which if I
Wow.
Well, look, I agree with you on that. So
I was kidding. But no, I will say that for when it comes to a guy like Glenn, I can pretty comfortably say that the dude is anti-terrorism. Just for the record.
So,
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
what were you
Sorry.
saying? Well, no. So my point with the Osama bin Laden thing was, so Glenn, and I don't know how you feel about this. I really don't like Glenn Greenwald. I've never liked Glenn Greenwald, even when like
I don't
because
like.
I remember
I don't like Glenn Greenwald, but for like completely different reasons.
like years and years and years ago. I remember him getting into a fight on Twitter. It's kind of like pre-woke stuff. It's like 2012 or something, maybe. Do you remember there was like this big story about how the US was like wiretapping or had like the entire metadata for 5 different countries?
Oh yeah, the Edward Snowden files. Yeah, Glenn.
Welcome back, ad break people.
Broke that.
No, this was after Edward Snowden.
Oh, gotcha.
Or maybe it was during. I don't remember. But anyway, and Glenn reported on this. And then Glenn Greenwald got in a big dust up with WikiLeaks because WikiLeaks started calling Glenn Greenwald racist because he didn't release the name of one of the countries because the U.S. military said it would be like too damaging or something. That's really weird.
Interesting.
Does anybody know who they're like what they're talking about? Glenn Greenwald being and WikiLeaks trying to outwoke each other?
Yeah, and it was kind of like, yeah, this is so funny because this is what annoys me. So there's like, I remember this really weird interaction with WikiLeaks was basically trying to outwoke Glenn Greenwald, and then WikiLeaks kind of hurts Hillary Clinton. Everyone's like, oh, they're so based and anti-woke. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you not remember the thing?
I know that. I mean, to this day,
WikiLeaks was critical of Glenn for lack of transparency. Vanguard isn't mean to center right. Only people who don't like the R word and. Oh, Tyler.
I'm pretty sure he has been for much of his career, but I know to this day Glenn is a staunch defender of WikiLeaks and considers Julian Assange to be a personal friend. So I'm sure whatever.
Not at that moment.
Yeah, clearly not. I'm not honestly familiar with that. As far as the like bin Laden stuff and TikTok goes.
Yeah, that's what we're getting here. A criticism. This is a criticism that I just have not heard of Glenn Greenwald. Like Glenn Greenwald, I feel like half of his content is railing against wokeness. This is such a weird criticism.
I'm trying to remember exactly what the origin of our little, disagreement was.
Well, I could tell you because I remember.
Why are the Vanguard talking to Adam and Sitch? I don't know. I mean,
sure,
they like a good debate. Maybe they're gonna get into one here.
I think that the point we were making was just that, like, people were examining.
Like, I'm assuming they went on to disagree, but I don't know.
Or re-examining the bin Laden letter, talking about why 9/11 happened, and it seemed like a lot of people on TikTok, especially younger people like folks of Zach and I's generation, were kind of realizing, oh, like this sort of terrorism didn't just happen because like
so yeah, in other words, people with people of bad lefty and my demographic, right, the younger generations, we never we weren't alive during 9/11, and when we read the letter, even though we don't agree with a lot of what is being said, it for the first time dawns on us that there were the whole concept of blowback is like a real thing, and that some of the terrorism, some of the fire that's igniting that terrorism is actually coming from actions that the United States took earlier. Osama bin Laden is also, if you do a little bit more reading, you'll find out one of the Mujahideen warriors, one of the brave, quote unquote, Mujahideen warriors that the United States decided to arm and support because they were firing those RPGs at Soviet helicopters, and the U.S. had a hate boner for the Soviet Union at the time.
Evil people.
Still does. Somehow it carried over. Somehow there are still people that think that Vladimir Putin is like the extension of the Soviet Union.
People hate America. It's not that simple. It's not that black and white, contrary to a lot of the propaganda that was fed to us in the, lead up to and during the invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. So I kind of took the whole phenomenon.
I'm sorry, are there Stinger missiles?
Trend
it's
or
like a Rambo reference.
Whatever you want to call it is nothing more than that.
See, me and Bad Lefty don't know about this stuff.
People just reading this letter and being like,
we're like, who's Rambo?
He makes some decent points in the same way that you might read like the Unabomber's manifesto and be like, well, he is kind of right about the effects of industrialization and capitalism on the environment. That doesn't mean that he was, justified in killing people or doing terrorism, but that's kind of what I saw it as. I think that's sort of what Glenn was saying too. But what did you read as our disagreement other than that?
Okay, so I guess my issue with Glenn and kind of the whole TikTok thing was that, and I know this is the problem with the format of media, TikTok, social media. Everyone has to hyperbolize everything to make it sort of funny or entertaining, but then very often that.
Oh my god, I got that so wrong. RPGs apparently cannot hit or kill a helicopter. See, I just haven't watched Rambo, I guess.
Ruins the message because, if someone just said exactly what you said, I'd be like, okay, I mean, sure. There's lots of shades of gray and complexities to why terrorists and Osama bin Laden and other people are going to do the terrorist acts that they do. But on TikTok, you had a bunch of people being like, oh my God, I read the letter and it's completely right. And they would have like a video of them going, oh my God, my mind is.
You would just have an orgasm right there and then over Osama. Like, it seems like some of the exaggerations. Remember we were hearing yesterday James Somerton exaggerating some of the reactions that people had to Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer
blowing up because Osama bin Laden was completely right, which obviously
and those were unironic. Like people just actually, I didn't see that personally.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know if they're. My guess, which is where I agree with Tim Pool here, is I don't think that the majority of people even read it. I think that there was one person on.
His exaggerations are every bit as performative. When a bad movie has woke elements, the right gets hung up about the woke and doesn't see the real problem. It's a bad movie. Exactly. Oh my God, I'm so far back in chat. Oh my God, look, so much scrolling. Chat, this is prodigious. You are prodigious today, okay? Sitch is the only person on YouTube who doesn't have an animated avatar, right? Do you think Sitch should be a, do you think Sitch should be like a, look, Eris could hook you up with the software, Sitch. Eris knows how to do some kind of a VTube thing. I mean, it's not to my liking. The VTubers I really enjoy, chat, are cursed VTubers, right? Like, I really appreciate the cursed VTubers. I feel like I've seen enough of the normie VTubers, and like when it comes to VTubers, if I can actually get my yeah, there we go. When it comes to what? When it comes to VTubers, this is like more to my liking. See, we have good taste. Okay, we're having. Come on. See how cursed she is? She's a glitch bot, chat.
Wait, you're talking my language, Sitch? Oh my God, yes!
Japanese pop
You know me so well! Oh my God, yes.
People from all over the world
You got me.
Not everything gets translated
Focus,
either, so unless you know Japanese, you're missing out on a lot of amazing things that Japanese pop culture has to offer. So clearly, there are many
See what I mean?
why you should learn Japanese.
That's how a VTuber should be.
Okay, I'm convinced. You got me. You're right. You're right.
Well, it's as simple was learning your first word in Japanese and building up from there.
Oh my god, what is going on with this? Why is it so hard for my... Is my internet fucking up or is it my computer? I don't know why like loading a simple VTuber video is like... I think it's just her.
Which video? Can we watch the video? We got the video. Okay. I got this, I got show, and I got Miss Umbrellas. Totally not a moment. And we're gonna have some fun today.
So yeah, Sitch, if you're brave enough, get a hold of Miss Umbrellas. I feel like, you know, as much as you could probably contact Eris and find out if Parted Anime Girl and find out how to just, you know, basically do one. Wait, what's going on? Where's my where did the video go? Literally, where did the video go? I thought we were just like... Okay, we're literally gonna have to just,
I don't even know what happened to him because he was trying to do movie content for a while and then I don't know, he just kind of disappeared. Where did Doomer go?
Well, I know
where did Doomer go?
I know he was here the first time I was here.
He was in the call. Or he was in chat.
No, he was in chat.
Oh, okay.
I can reach out to Doomer. We'll figure out what happened.
Where in the world is Doomer?
We're not going to let Doomer escape.
I apologize, chat.
Yeah.
So you guys, well, you guys did a stream, and I think you had one of Sitch's tweets up,
Sitch
and it was
said
about
that Glenn
like
was
Israel Palestine
about it, but
and
feeling dude is anti-terrorism, you know, just for the record.
So,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no. So my point with the Osama bin Laden thing was, so Glenn, and I don't know how you feel about this. I really don't like Glenn Greenwald. I've never liked Glenn Greenwald, even when because I remember like years and years and years ago.
Oh, Variant Sigma's telling me they have issues with YouTube because of pop-up blockers. Yeah, some people hypothesize that YouTube has slowed down its own performance on Firefox in order to punish Firefox for allowing ad blockers.
I remember him getting into
They're being paid less than Hollywood VFX VTubers, you mean?
Fight on Twitter. It's kind of like pre-woke stuff. It's like 2012 or something, maybe. Do you remember?
We fall into a VTuber rabbit hole, right? Because we were talking about Sitch and how Sitch is like a Ransona, and Sitch is a Ransona that doesn't move. Ransonas should move. Ransonas should gesticulate. They should talk with their hands. They should use the Samir hands, and they don't, right? But
remember there was like this big story about how the U.S. was like wiretapping or had like the entire metadata for 5 different countries.
Oh yeah, the Edward Snowden files. Yeah, Glenn broke that.
No, this was after Edward Snowden.
Oh, gotcha.
Or maybe it was during. I don't remember. But anyway, and Glenn reported on this, and then Glenn Greenwald got in a big dust up with WikiLeaks because WikiLeaks started calling Glenn Greenwald racist because he didn't release the name of one of the countries because the U.S. military said it would be like too damaging or something. That's really weird.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it was kind of like, yeah, it's just so funny because this is what annoys me. So there's like, I remember this really weird interaction with WikiLeaks was basically trying to outwoke Glenn Greenwald, and then WikiLeaks
sorry, yeah, Spark the Blood was talking about underpaying VFX artists on Godzilla -1. Is that the one with Shin Godzilla? I need to see that. I haven't seen Shin Godzilla. Better visuals and better arguments. They're being paid. Yeah, okay, so that's where that came in, yeah. Blame Comcast? How do you know I'm using Comcast? Oh God, Ajit Pai. Yeah, that was the what was it called? Net neutrality. Isn't Biden going to try? Am I right about this? I heard Biden was going to try to bring back net neutrality. Biden, if he wants to seriously like run for president again, he needs to do a lot. Like he needs the stories to be like establishment libs like hating on him for being too progressive. If Biden is going to have any chance, he's got to be that guy. That's the only way that Biden gets any traction in the attention economy. You block Origins, huh? AI use YouTube on 15 seconds behind. Yeah, the mobile is always behind. Opera, huh? Maybe I should check out Opera. Shin Godzilla is awesome. Highly recommend it. Okay.
Hillary Clinton, everyone's like, oh, they're so based and anti-woke. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you not remember the thing?
I know that, I mean, to this day, I'm pretty sure he has been for much of his career, but I know to this day, Glenn is a staunch defender of WikiLeaks and considers Julian Assange to be a personal friend. So I'm sure whatever.
Not at that moment.
Yeah, clearly not. I'm not honestly familiar with that. As far as the like Bin Laden.
This is such a frustrating debate. Okay, so they disagree about something, but their memories don't, they're not tracking on
and stuff. And TikTok goes. I'm trying to remember exactly what the origin of our little disagreement was.
Well, I can tell you because I remember, but
sure. I think that the point we were making was just that like people were examining or re-examining the Bin Laden letter, talking about why 9/11 happened, and it seemed like a lot of people on TikTok, especially younger people, like folks of Zach and I's generation, were kind of realizing, oh, like this sort of terrorism didn't just happen because like evil people hate America. I kind of bombers people are doing,
and kind of obviously this God
or like unironic, like people just actually. I didn't see that personally.
Well, I don't know. See, I don't know if they're. My guess, which is where I agree with Tim Pool here, is I don't think that the majority of people even read it. I think that there was one person on TikTok who probably unironically is a piece of shit that agrees with.
What a weird argument to be having when you can't even like agree on the facts. Were the Osama bin Laden post ironic? Were they serious? Was one of them serious and then the rest of them were just capitalizing on a trend that they saw? There wasn't really that much of a trend when people looked at it, right? The actual volume of the Osama bin Laden quote unquote trend was just not. That's not a trend on TikTok. It was a blip. It was a blip. But people have, what it became was a story about Zoomers. It became another way to attack Zoomers, right? And this is easy clicks. If you want to go on Twitter or you want to go on Facebook or you want to go on any of these platforms that slant slightly older and bitch about like Zoomers on TikTok, then you will get traction. And it doesn't matter if it's true or not, because nobody goes on TikTok to verify it. Nobody knows what you're talking about, so you can say anything. They fucking love Osama bin Laden over there. They were glazing him up. They were talking about how sexy he was. Chat, I may or may not have said, have complimented Saddam Hussein's looks in a video on Taramuni and Anna Maria Forcino, but that
with the letter,
that was of course ironic. Of course, I wasn't actually lusting after Saddam Hussein.
And then a bunch of people
I have much better taste than that, chat. Much better taste in dictators.
That gets views because like America Bad leftism is very popular right now.
That's right, America Bad leftism. That's what we're doing here. America Bad, therefore Osama bin Laden good. That's how our analysis goes. You got us, dude.
And so then a bunch of people,
these intellectual dark web dudes are just so smart.
People just start copying that
they've got us nailed
thing, and it just kind of repeats the meme essentially.
Yeah, we just all repeat after each other because we're all brainless fucking Zoomers over there on TikTok.
Really never read it because the thing that was driving me crazy about it, and why I think Tim
Bad Lefty
was completely correct about this, is that in the letter itself, like yes, he does talk about like supporting Israel and stuff like that, but huge parts of the letter are about America has to adopt Sharia law, the fact that we permit homosexuality is evil, the fact that we permit all these religious freedoms is evil.
Young Stalin, yeah, not bad.
Blah blah blah. And it's wild to me that anyone on the left could read that and be like, oh my god, this is so true.
Yeah, I imagine that a lot of the people that did not like selectively read it, or they read quotes from it that they agreed with. That's how almost everybody in the world, I feel like, consumes media at this point, and that's a problem, right? We have a big problem with media literacy in this country because the headline has so much power.
But Glenn is contributing to that. That was my problem with Glenn.
I think what Glenn is doing is he's trying to draw a line.
Glenn was contributing to the Osama bin Laden thirst? Really? I think that Glenn has got better people to thirst after than Osama.
And a distinguishing factor.
Young Stalin is my tanky hip hop
by
vandal.
saying
Hell
that,
yeah.
hey guys, like this is a moment where the American youth is waking up to the fact that the narrative that they have been fed for their entire life is completely wrong. And of course, there's going to be idiots, and so a lot of times the most
young Chomsky looks like Sam Cedar. Any thirst for Sam Cedar? I feel like Sam Cedar has become a little bit of like a target for thirst, right? There are definitely some people out there that are receptive to what Sam is serving lately.
It's like ostentatious and the most ridiculous people rise to the top. Like,
but young Sam Cedar though isn't. I feel like I don't know. I feel like Sam Cedar's like a wine that gets better with age, though. I am not thirsting after Sam Cedar because that would be simping, and simping is illegal in the Majority Report chat. So I'm definitely not doing that. But I will say that I can see where it comes from. All right, that is all I will say. Glenn is the new Jimmy Dore, right? Well, not to them, right? They're so the Vanguard famously, like I guess like a way back in the day, they were okay with Jimmy Dore, but when people started realizing what Jimmy Dore was really about, the Vanguard actually what did they do? They photoshopped Jimmy Dore like morphing into BoJack Horseman to make fun of him, and then he blocked them.
It's not completely wrong. It's partially correct. It's just a simplified, unnuanced version of the truth.
Well, what's an oversimplification?
So the oversimplification
that they
Wait, I'm allowed to simp Sam and MR chat
that they sold to us after 9/11 was completely false. We invaded a country that didn't attack us. We've been buddies with the Saudi Arabia, which had 9 of the fucking pilots on those planes. We never we never invaded Saudi Arabia. We went into Afghanistan. We went into Iraq because of what had happened in the late or the excuse me.
Balls in your court, Sitch and Adam. You gonna debate or not?
The late 80s, early 90s with the Bush senior administration, that
the oversimplification of the worldview that kind of like Glenn was reacting to, and the people reacting to with the Osama bin Laden thing was the whole like, George Bush saying they hate us for our freedom.
They're arguing with straw men. This is so frustrating. You've got 2 leftists right in front of you here, right? And instead you're arguing with straw men of like Osama bin Laden thirsters.
Right. And so that was sort of the thing. People were saying, oh, I was taught that, Osama bin Laden did 9/11 because he hates us because we're free. And so that's the oversimplification.
Right.
But the thing is,
one, because of our value set, but because mostly
that's half true.
Wait, that's an oversimplification? That was literally a slogan that I would have no idea about because I wasn't born during 9/11. I was born much later. And
value set too.
That is true. That's part
they wouldn't have given a fuck about our values that I would argue.
I would have no idea about that, Chad. The fact that that was the main slogan. They hate us for our freedom. That was like a freaking you like what do you say when you're like it's like the like a prayer, like the religious thing. I can't remember. Anyway,
we minded our own fucking business in the entire 90s and the late 80s, and honestly, we fucking dug our own grave. We dug our own grave. We were
okay. So there we got our first real disagreement, right? Zach and Gavin are talking about the phenomenon of blowback, the interference, and the games that the United States played in the Middle East, right? And including arming the Mujahideen, including being friends with arming Saddam Hussein. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein, which I would have no idea about, chat, because I am not from that generation. But it happened, right? I've seen the pictures. It's coming to me from another life, I guess, right? I only know Skibbity toilets. Yeah, me too. Only Skibbity toilets, Rizzlers, Ohio, that kind of stuff, right?
Money to the Mujahideen because we wanted them to fight the fucking
High Sanat.
Wait. Okay, let's pause for a second. Okay, so before we get into how much he would have left this alone or not, I just want to point. There's 2 parts here because I want to address what you're saying. But the first part that I want to address is this is kind of my problem with the way that Glenn frames this information. Is that he doesn't say in his tweet like, people are realizing that that there's all these complexities to
Wait, could you read the tweet again from Glenn? Do you have it?
I know, right. Good call, Zach. Good call. Yeah. Go back to the source material. Show me what you're talking about, because like I feel like we've been arguing about stuff that nobody remembers so far, and it's really hard to do that. But it's really easy to remember that at the middle of every hour there's an ad break, and there's one coming at you. You know, this is like not even the middle of the hour. I don't know what time it is, chat, but it's like a quarter till or something like that. The quarter till ad break. It's coming at you. It's coming very soon, and if you do not want to see that ad break, that 1 minute and 30-second ad break that you're going to see every half an hour, again and again and again, then you can use a Twitch Prime sub to get out of that for free. If you have Prime, there's no reason not to do it. It benefits me. It benefits you. It benefits the chat. It actually makes the stream go longer when we hit those sub goals. And you would be, you know, it's not hard to get to the top of the gifters at this point, right? So you can do it for free with this Amazon Prime. You can pay for one for yourself, or you can do the even cooler thing, which is pay for one for somebody else or more than one other people. Get yourself to the top of the leaderboard as far as gift subs go. But if you want to be the recipient of one of those gift subs, if they happen, when they happen, it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat.
If you want,
he's not saying that's not bad.
Like,
I'll take it.
There's all these.
That's a passing grade, or else ellipsis.
Complexities to these issues, and it's not so simplistic. Blah 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 blah. If you only read Glenn's tweet and you had not read Osama bin Laden's letter, Glenn makes it sound like Osama bin Laden's primary reasons for what he did that he lays out in the letter is because he doesn't like, America being an evil imperialist foreign power, right? And if you actually read the letter, the majority of it's not even about that. The majority of it is about Israel, and the majority about it is about, America not following Sharia law. That's the majority of the letter. And so to me, it is dishonest if you focus on other elements of it are there, but are smaller elements, and you say those are the primary things because that's the message you want out there.
So here's what you're not thinking of, Sitch. Here's why your viewpoint, your perspective here is incredibly reductive and dangerous, all right? Osama bin Laden may very well want the entire world to observe Sharia law. Most people, even people who want Sharia law in their country, do not, and realize that it is not realistic to imagine a country that is primarily Christian, Jewish, and atheist is going to adopt as a law like Sharia, right? That's not a good selling point. What is a good selling point? What got that stuff sold? What let Osama bin Laden recruit people? What let his organization grow? What starts those fires is the United States military intervention in the Middle East, right? And it's a very self-serving intervention. It is standing on the side of Saddam Hussein when he's fighting Iran, and then standing on the side of the Saudis and the Kuwaitis when Saddam has a conflict with them, right? And more than anything, being one of the number one supporters of Israel, right? That's what gets that it. It's blowback and it's intervention. That's what lets these fires spread. Otherwise, it's just Osama bin Laden screaming to the wind about how he wants the world to recognize Sharia law and observe Sharia. He wants the Sharia law to be in law, right? It's not a very good argument. It's not a realistic argument. It's a fucked up argument that nobody would listen to. I think the other arguments that he makes are what's getting nobody's doing joining a terrorist org in order to with the hopes of really the United States, once we've terrorized them enough, they will pass Sharia law as the actual law of their nation. That's not a realistic thing.
Glenn wants America to be more isolationist and less involved in foreign policy.
I mean, I think that. Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that I think it's fair to say that people on TikTok were probably
bad lefty. It's that's filler, right? That's not something that he's getting any recruitment off of.
Omitting the aspects of the letter which focused on the Sharia law.
But these are IDW jackasses, right? And they have a very Sam Harris view of the world. They look at religion as being potentially problematic, right? Which it can be. But then they see Islam as being problematic above other religions, and that's where they that's where they go foul.
Homosexuality in the West and all that kind of stuff. But I still feel like Glenn probably wouldn't deny those elements of it. I don't think he would sit here and say that that didn't have anything to do with it. Again, I mean, I don't want to fucking just sit here and defend Glenn Greenwald. I don't know how exactly he feels about that. He's a friend of our show, but there's plenty of things that I disagree with Glenn on too.
Right.
You know,
have you guys had Glenn on?
Oh yeah, I think 4
Glenn's
times.
been really fucking supportive of us over our career, which is probably why we took the opportunity to fucking go for it. No, he's a cool guy. I have a lot of good feelings towards Glenn. We disagree a lot. We've like debated like, you know, some of the woke stuff with him that we have disagreements
on. So they're aware of Glenn's really bad takes, but I guess they've been
I think he's a good faith guy, which is just why because I know we've had a exchange before where I've kind of determined that I think he's a good faith guy.
He said he was going to come on our show a couple times, but he never materialized. Yeah,
wow.
Exactly.
That's actually one of my favorite things about
Maybe
Glenn for the most part.
Scared.
Is that
know.
He usually does engage with his critics and people that he disagrees with, ourselves included.
Okay.
I mean, to my knowledge, man, like in the past when we've had disagreements with friends of the show, they've ran scared. I mean, I remember when Jimmy Dore was on your guys' show and you guys tried to press him on Russia, Ukraine. He immediately ran scared. Usually Glenn will show up and has people on.
Well, like he might come on yet.
All right, never mind.
Look, I don't
Jimmy
is
Jimmy's favorite podcast, actually. If you could believe it, Jimmy Dore fucking loves us.
Really? No, you guys attack Jimmy Dore all the time. I guarantee you hate your guts. But
no, yeah, Jimmy and I had a
look. Wait, why do they keep defending him? Are we talking about Glenn Greenwald or are we talking about Jimmy Dore? Yeah, they're off the Jimmy Dore. They've been off the Jimmy Dore train forever.
I think Islam itself and jihad in specifically is an imperialist kind of ideology, is it not?
So is Christianity and so is Judaism.
Well, I don't know that.
Here we go. Finally, a debate, right? This is where you disagree.
Christianity is spreading itself by the sword these days. I mean,
what are you talking about?
Islam is particularly bad. There we go, Sam Harris. Thanks a lot, racist douchebag.
Have you heard of Israel Palestine?
They're going around trying.
So when Adam, when you're saying that Islam is like a imperialist, you're talking
like I love how these jackasses can pretend to be completely oblivious of the theocratic, Christo-fascist, dominionist movement in this country, which threatens to take over the government with Donald Trump as their vessel. Have some of these people believe that Donald Trump's like the Messiah or something. Some of these people think that Donald Trump is Jesus Part 2, Orange Jesus, right? Is not just a meme. They want to pretend this stuff doesn't exist, but it absolutely does, and it's a huge danger. It's a lot more of a danger than wokeness, whatever the fuck kind of preoccupation you have with wokeness, right? If you make Islam Christianity is beyond imperialist. Well, they're just saying that because of the sort of the conception of Islam being forced on people at the end of the sword, right? That's what they're kind of relying on. This is like a Vaushian take with how ahistorical it is, right? They're taking, something that Irene is better than Sam. Damn.
Like embedded.
Yeah, I'm not trying to displace Sam Cedar. He's the
within the religion is an expansionist policy, right?
Of course,
obviously people. Obviously, and Christianity has that
expanded Christianity over the entire fucking world. That's why.
Yes, but the difference
as well too, right?
Look,
so the debate that we're talking about tonight, right, is the debate that we're talking about that's going on. That's the Republican debate, minus a few of the losers of the Republican debate. I guess the only thing I'm really interested in with the Republicans is, will Ron DeSantis drop out? Or will Ron DeSantis take this to Iowa and then drop out, right? Because it does seem like a lot of the energy is behind Nikki Haley. And, that's the only thing I'm really interested in as far as the debate goes. But, in my experience, it is so dangerous to cover those debates live, right? Last time I got in big trouble with one of my platforms.
Difference is one is
Judaism
being spread by the sword.
At least embedded in the philosophy.
Okay,
I think we did.
He just wants
all of North America. Adam.
He wants the virtue signal for Judaism.
I'm just saying
are you done?
Judaism's very anti-proselytizing. So
that's true. That's true. But
they literally showed up.
But you can't say that when it comes to proselytizing, it's mainly Christianity.
There's this thing called the
Palestinian
Reformation.
area did a Nakba. and then
there's this thing
demanded
called...
that nobody ever challenged that ruling. They told
wait. I just want
with no land when there were thousands of people living there. There was an extermination and ethnic cleansing.
Okay, everything you're saying is wrong. But before,
here we go.
Without getting
here we go with the Palestinian talking points.
Before, wait, I just want to be clear. The point I was making before I don't really want to get into the...
is wrong when there's
Coke Industries apparently, or what's left of the Coke empire, has gone all in on Nikki Haley.
Literally over 1 million people displaced in Gaza right now. Okay, well, this isn't going to go
so anyway, what I was going to say is without getting into the whole history of 1948 and all that stuff, my only point was saying is that
oh my god, without any sort of basis for having this conversation. Like, what kind of freaking conversation is this? If you literally take the seminal event out of the equation.
When Adams talks about it being imperialist and expansionist, he means from a global perspective, not the Jews saying, even if I were to adapt what you're saying, or adopt what you're saying.
Here's the deal. You're taking, I guess, something out of the Quran and saying, and trying to claim that, like, you know, that you understand how all Muslims interpret this, right? Because there's the text of a religion, which all religions have some really bad stuff in their text, right? All religions have some really disturbing, you know, kind of stuff in their text, right? You know, you've got stuff in the Old Testament that's, you know, God telling people to slaughter men, women, and children in an opposing village. You've got you know, the stuff that they're talking about with Islam, right? But it's how it's interpreted. Something like jihad, the concept of jihad, is not necessarily interpreted as like the struggle to convert people by the sword. There's not a lot of that around. What there is still around is missionaries, right? Sometimes leveraging people's you know, dispossession and poverty as a means to convert them into Christianity, right? What there is the conflict in Palestine, where we've got an attempt to, you know, displace a whole group of people off of their land again, right? But these guys are worried about, like, some, you know, something that they lack the ability to put into context of how it's actually interpreted within the Quran.
Let me just finish. Okay, even if I were to accept everything you're saying is true, I'd say, well, okay, you can say that the Jews were, quote, imperialistic or colonialistic in this one.
Yeah, or trying to, autumn leaves, or if they're trying to convert us, right? Like, who's ever seen, like, a Muslim missionary? Right now, I get that I'm in the United States of America. It's primarily a Christian country, but I don't know if they even exist.
Area. It's not an expansionist power.
Yeah, look,
the way that like Islam or even Christianity.
In an area the size of Rhode Island, they want to basically hang on to their real estate. Islam is about spreading itself over the entire globe.
Well, it's doing a shit bad job at it. Like, it's not a concern if, like, and also they again, like, what he's doing is he is representing the most fundamentalist, literalist, belligerent interpretation of someone else's scripture that I guarantee you he hasn't read in context.
No, do you not know that right now, where there is no Hamas in the West Bank, there's clear efforts to do settler colonial movements and displace people who have lived there for generations? And I'm not just talking about
okay, so here's the debate.
The Arabic population of Palestinians who are Islamic, but also Christians who have lived there for thousands of years. Did you not know that's going on?
What does that have to do with what we're saying?
We can talk about that.
The Arabic,
right, Sisypheans saved their real estate.
Excuse me, that the Arabic world and that fucking, you know, like the Islamic religion was predicated on like expansionism. Denying the fact that all
wait, Michael Seitz, do they? I literally don't know. I'm in the United States. I've never even heard of a Muslim missionary.
Do you accept that claim, though?
Stop. Everyone stop. Okay. Everyone stop. Take a breath. We're talking past each other.
I'm not mad.
I just want we're talking past each other. Okay. The only point I was making, which I was making halfly tongue in cheek.
But here's the problem, like, right? You know, you can have a problem with religion, right? I have a problem with religion when it's literalized, and that literalist interpretation is applied to the real world, right? I think that's a real danger, right? If you're if you're justifying your political standpoint based on something that it says in scripture, right? You want the real world to conform to the scripture that you revere. That's a problem, right? Not even all Christians do that, though, right? As much as I grew up in Christianity, and I think it had a magnificently negative effect on my life, right? Believing that I had to believe in God and Jesus, or else my eternal soul would be forfeit, right? I think that was incredibly negative. But I have to admit that I also know Christian people who don't believe that, and they're still Christian. They're no less Christian than the weirdos that I grew up with, right? There are different ways to interpret religion, right? And there's a lot of people that in the name of Christianity feed the homeless. Okay, the same thing with Muslim people, same thing with Jewish people, same thing with almost every religion, right? There's like there's good people in that religion and there's bad people in that religion. Trying to single out Islam as like what is it? The Sam Harris said the motherlode of bad ideas, right? Those were Sam Harris's words. That's just fucking racism. I don't know how else to explain it.
Because they're not really that important in the conversation.
Adam ripped out his ribs and borked. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess technically you're right.
Is that...
Wait, Islam in... Wait, what is this? There's no advertisement for Islam in Germany or Norway. Oh, in contrast to Christianity. Okay, sorry, I didn't understand. And literally, like, I don't know outside of the United States, like, what goes on. I just know that I have never even heard of, any sort of coercive... missionary work from Islam or Judaism for that matter, right? I had a friend who grew up Christian and started getting into Judaism, and it was not easy. She had to really convince a rabbi that she wanted to be part of their religious community, right? And at first, she was kind of told no. In fact, I think she was told no multiple times, but just had this desire to participate in Judaism. But yeah,
embedded within the religion itself, okay, of Christianity and Islam is an expansionist philosophy. Okay, we're embedded
a colonialist philosophy.
Yes, embedded in Judaism is a isolationist philosophy. Okay, that was the only point I was making, and that is true. And that's why when you're talking about the expansionist colonialist empire of Judaism, you're only talking about it in one specific country.
Well, but that part is the joke. But I'm actually saying, look,
only talking about it in one specific country that right now where massive ethnic displacement is being enacted. Yeah. You're only talking about the biggest geopolitical problem of the moment. Yeah, let's not think about that, though. Let's not think about that.
I just want you guys to acknowledge.
And again, also, I have a problem with connecting that with Judaism. I have a real problem with connecting that with seeding the idea of Judaism to the most right-wing, pseudo-fascist elements of the Israeli government. That's not what I think when I hear the word Judaism. That's not, how Judaism is not Zionism. Exactly, Zara. Christianity just tells people that they will go to hell and burn for an eternity. I know, right? They just psychologically. Okay, and I don't actually want to say Christianity, because again, I know Christians that don't think like this. I know Christians that do not think that there is like a special mechanism in the belief in, Jesus turning water into wine, walking on water and all that stuff, right? Where if you don't believe in that, your soul is doomed to hell, right? I know Christians that don't believe that. I know Christians that do good things because of their belief in Christianity. I know Jewish people who do good things because of their belief in Judaism. I know Muslims who do good things because of their belief in Islam, right? It exists, and there's good people and bad people in every religious group.
Because I think if you're going to go full...
I feel like the concept that I'm illustrating is pretty freaking basic, right? With all of Sam Harris's, like, the intellectual airs that he puts on, it's just something that you should have grown out of a long time ago, Sam. I'm sorry I'm bringing Sam Harris. Like, nobody's talking about Sam Harris, but really, legitimately, what PSA Sitch is vocalizing here is the Sam Harris concept that Islam is the mother lode of bad ideas, and it's not. It wasn't true when Sam Harris said it, and it's not true now.
Pro-Palestinian here. You have to acknowledge that Islam is a colonialist project. You can't on one point say, look, I hate these colonialists in the Middle East settling in Israel. And at the same
The best that I can give you is that at various times in history, there have been colonialist projects engaged in, like in the name of Islam. But I don't take that and lay it at the feet of all Muslim people.
Point.
Just like I don't lay,
I'm going to support the colonialist Palestinian.
Okay, can I break in here for a sec? Because to me, it has nothing to do with...
It's such an absurd thing to call somebody who's been dispossessed of their land multiple times, who generations before were dispossessed of their lands, and who are now living in a place where 80% of the housing is destroyed. And to look at that person and be like, yeah, you fucking deserve it, you colonialist. You colonialist. Please, please. Like, God, I gotta carve that I off of your IDW status, because there's nothing intellectual about this. It's reactionary. It's bullshit, right? And that's that's kind of the danger of these dudes, is they do hide their power level, right? They will say bad things about Trump. They will say bad things about various conservatives, right? They will, try to disambiguate their beliefs from some of the worst of the Christo-fascist dominionist reactionary viewpoint, but at the same time they're kind of smuggling some racism in that supposed enlightenment.
With Islam versus Judaism, if we're talking about what's going on in Israel versus Palestine, it simply is a matter of government. So in the same way that I'm not a big fan of the, Saudi Arabia.
Sitch is totally flattening all Jewish people into a monolith, acting like Zionism isn't real, which is actually anti-Semitic. I helped a widow single mother move, and someone from her church showed up with the shipping container, asked me why I was helping since I was going to hell for not being Baptist. Oh my God. Palestinians are literally, yeah. Always sus when someone does a whataboutism to portray all of Islam as inherently a bad thing, especially in response to genocide or injustice. Only help people for Jesus points. I'm better than you, heathen. It's about land, not about the Lord.
Arabian government. That's not, to me, that doesn't have as much to do with Islam as it has to do with the government policies. They might use Islam to justify a lot of those policies. In the same way, I do think that the government of Israel does use Judaism to justify a lot of its policies with what's going on there right now. But to me, it has less to do with is Islam.
We always end up agreeing with the right-wing position. They come at it from the back door so they can act like they use reason. Yeah, they can act like they're not chuds when they are.
Expansionist or colonialist religion versus is Judaism expansionist or colonialist religion. Do you think, for example,
but hold on, it is important to the Bin Laden letter, though?
No, that's what I'm about to...
Are we really still talking about that shit?
The Bin Laden letter is about, we hate them for their freedoms because we want them to adopt our ideology or die, that's like a expansionist policy.
But do you actually think that the point of 9/11 was to expand Islam into America, to take over America? Because if anything, it seems like 9/11 and the terrorist attacks, they were a response to our imperialism and the what we had been up to in their region. Again, not to justify it or in any way excuse.
Wait, read the Bin Laden letter.
Use it, but it doesn't really seem like the point of 9/11 was like.
I mean, yeah, if they're gonna talk about the Bin Laden letter, they should they're talking about so much stuff that they're just not actually referring to, tweets and statements and the letter and in terms of the TikTok, right? The footprint of the Bin Laden thing on TikTok, which is not nearly as big as the footprint of the reportage of the Bin Laden thing in places like Twitter.
Take over America. It was more like a response to us meddling in their affairs in their region.
What was our imperialism in the Middle East pre 9/11?
The entire 90s and the Gulf War in Kuwait.
Yeah. So we should have just allowed Saddam to just wipe those people out.
Are you
Oh my God, we got a defense for the original Iraq. Wait, is that what this is? This is the Gulf War. The Gulf War. The is it 1993 when this happened? So the first war with Iraq, right? Which is like, you know, I mean, it's less bad than defending the Iraq War, but it's still missing the point. It's still failing to take into account the phenomenon of blowback, right? Like I want to see this asshole tell us that arming Mujahideen Osama bin Laden was a good idea. I want to see that. I want to see this guy own that idea, right?
Make the baby's an incubator argument.
No, wait. This is kind of my problem with this argument that Osama bin Laden is making, is it's like there's this.
And also, even if you even if you want to take this viewpoint and be like, yo, you know, the original Iraq War was based and Bush pilled, right? Even if you want to take that, even if you want to take that stance, right? You've got to admit that Saddam Hussein was a problem because of the weapons he was supplied by the U.S. with, right? In our effort to screw Iran after being embarrassed in the hostage crisis, right? After being embarrassed by Iran, the United States armed Saddam Hussein. You can see Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with the guy and arming him.
Idea that America is just marching into the Middle East to start conquering everything, which people kind of had that idea now because of the Iraq and Afghanistan war, but this predates that. Before, it's like you have the American, and by the way, you have America backed by the UN. The entire UN is like, listen, Saddam, you can't just go marching in here and just fucking murdering people to take their shit. And so I don't see how that.
It's so weird though how he's glomming on to the like less relevant war.
That's an example.
Like we're talking about 1993 here.
Example of like America sticking its nose where it doesn't belong in the Middle East.
Because
we're the cavalry basically.
But I mean, really, okay. So when it ties, the way that this ties into Osama bin Laden, if I'm reading them right, is that part of Osama bin Laden's complaints, part of what he was recruiting on, part of the fuel that got added to that fire of terrorist orgs like Al Qaeda was the presence of the United States Army, the armed forces, close to the like close to the Holy Lands in Saudi Arabia.
America after World War II has decided that it's going to have its hands in every single honeypot in the entire globe. It's demanded what's called
world police,
U.S. hegemony, the firm rule.
Since I know these guys are South Park fans,
of the United States as the chief global superpower. That's what was going on in the Middle East before 9/11. And again, I like Gavin's Unabomber
Not
analogy.
really. It was really Europe. I mean, even because then like after World War One, well, you're talking after World War II, but after World War One, when they were drawing all the lines for all these Middle Eastern countries, America was very explicitly like, listen, we don't want any part of taking, control of these mandates because it's going to be a big fucking hassle.
I want him to talk about the babies in Kuwait. Like I want to see him trip on the landmine of some of the U.S. propaganda against.
That's true, but after World War II happened, JFK decided that he wanted a fucking firm ass operational board in the Middle East, and ever since then we've considered an. Why did he want that? Because he wanted to fucking have an outpost where because
of the grand game against the Soviet Union, the grand game for geopolitical control of the world. That's why, right? The world was a chessboard and we wanted pieces on every region. That's why, right?
Frankly, we could be able to keep an eye on fucking China and the northern. I mean, look,
you're right. You're so close. You almost have it. You're right there.
Wait. No, go ahead. Finish it off if you know what I'm saying.
It was because of Russia, because of the USSR. Because
yeah, that too.
But that's the problem. Is it's like in this time period in the 60s and 70s and all this stuff. It's like if America just said, "Hey, listen, we're going to go back into like the way that I view things." Let's use Godzilla as an example. Okay, the way that I view things is that each country...
Which Godzilla? Shin Godzilla or...
As a giant monster that represented it. A giant kaiju, if you will, okay?
Right.
No. America is represented by Godzilla, even though he's Japanese, because whatever.
Wait. I don't... It's something like... it should be King Kong, but whatever.
Okay. And Russia has a giant big bear. And there's kind of this attitude I feel like that people who are very pro-isolationism have, which is the idea that if the American monster, if Godzilla just goes back into his cave in Washington, D.C. and goes to sleep and builds a border around it and just kind of like lets everyone do what they do, that in 100 years or
like
20
that's so funny. Build a wall. Yeah. So now the Vanguard noted Trump fans, according to, I mean he's not saying it, right? But what he is saying is that he doesn't want to be caught with his with dirty underwear at the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up shortly in about 5 minutes, right? You're going to see that ad break. You're going to experience that ad break in all of its horrible glory, right? Unless you are smart enough to use something like, say, a Twitch Prime sub to get out of that. That's a smart move because it costs you nothing. It contributes to our sub goal. It might even make us go longer than 3 hours in the stream today, which is kind of where I start to turn into a pumpkin buy. But you can keep me viable a little bit longer by pushing that sub goal forward. I don't think we've really done any of that today, so it's not looking great for that. But that can be one benefit of that. You can also get out of the ad break, and you also get the emotes, which I think are pretty cool, that you can use in any Twitch stream, even somebody who doesn't like me. I don't know. But you can also pay for the sub for yourself. It is $5 on desktop. It is $6 on mobile, or you might be lucky, if you're lucky enough, to benefit from the generosity of somebody else who wants to get on that leaderboard, which is not very hard right now to go to the very top of the leaderboard, and benefit from some gift subs, some community subs, that sort of thing, though, more likely when you're active in chat.
Here's Godzilla can get up from his cave and just everything's going to be fine right in the world and he can keep going on. But that's not really what's going on here. What's really going on here is that every country has a giant monster that's fighting for territory at all times. So if the American monster goes back into its cave, then the Soviet Union monster, the giant communist bear, comes, sweeps the entire
you just bitched about imperialism. Now you're justifying
the world and starts taking shit over. And when we come out of our cage, we're like, oh shit, we're surrounded on all sides.
That's Red Scare shit.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand your argument for against isolationism, and that's a debate which I think is worth having. And I also don't agree, by the way, with Osama bin Laden's justification. I don't think that what he did was warranted or justifiable.
Again, no one here agrees with 9/11. There's no Hassans here.
Look, I mean, it's a clusterfuck. It's a clusterfuck. The British went into the Ottoman Empire after World War I, and they divided everything up, and they just arbitrarily said, this is Iraq, this is Kuwait, this is Iran, this is Transjordan, this is Syria, right? They just, right? So, it's like fighting over those lines is kind of like, I don't know. Taking a side in that is not as easy as it seems, right? And, Saddam Hussein was a piece of shit, but he was our piece of shit that we created. We armed this guy. We made this guy into the military strongman that he was because he was useful. He was useful. And they've been playing fucking chess against Iran and against the Soviet Union and against all of our enemies, real or perceived. That's what you're justifying. This guy's a jackass.
Obviously, yeah. So I'm sure he did say things that were incorrect or, try to prey on people's misunderstanding of certain conflicts. I'm not a fucking expert in the, pre 9/11 history of the region or anything like that. But I do think it's interesting, again, just going back to the point that he actually did have more points than just being this evil terrorist that hated America.
The sun catching strays always, exactly.
And that often is a broader conversation about terrorism, specifically in the wake of what happened in Israel on October the 7th. It's just more of a meta conversation about usually terrorism doesn't just happen because evil people hate freedom. Usually there are more nuanced compounding aspects which lead to people being radicalized, desperate people that have been oppressed by imperialism and militarism. That does breed the conditions for terrorism to take place. And I think the same thing can be applied to what happened in Israel. And that's also a conversation which wasn't happening. I
want to be cognizant of our time here, because I am feeling the sands run through the hourglass, and just in case we don't hit the sub goal, let's make sure we do hit Innuendo Studios, right? Because it's not often that we get a new Innuendo Studios alt-right playbook video, but it did happen today. and it's a short video. A lot of these, like, I get the feeling, chat, like if I'm guessing, and I don't know Ian Danskin, I don't know, you know, how what makes Ian Danskin tick. I do appreciate what he's done, and I think that a lot of his stuff is basically should be textbooks, you know, textbook for the left. It's unbelievably valuable what he's created in the alt-right playbook. So if you haven't, check it out. There's a playlist right there that you can just had to type in Innuendo Studios to find this, and there's this playlist on the alt-right playbook. There's a lot of videos for you to watch and learn, and you will learn. Right now, these are shorter videos that he's putting out, and I get the feeling that maybe some of these videos might have been made during the during the height of the pandemic, and are kind of you know, didn't get released for whatever reason, and they're being released now. But this one is called Didoing. Now, I misread this when I first saw it, and I superimposed an L after the I in Didoing, and I read that wrong. I read it as something else, some other activity, which is maybe a little bit better than Didoing. But we're gonna find out what does Innuendo Studios mean by Didoing. And like I said, if we have time, we'll get back to and finish the. They're in the middle of a segment arguing about the Iraq War, arguing about Glenn Greenwald, and all the stuff. There's a few more things I think that they argue over that are not, you know, hug boxes, that are not, you know, circle jerks, that where they agree.
Say for the sake of argument.
So we will try to finish that if we have time.
And you and some other folks have gotten embroiled in a debate about the use of content warnings. One side has put forth the usual case. Some people have trauma or anxiety disorders, and giving them a heads up about common triggers lets them make informed decisions about how to engage with a piece of media. They aren't always looking to walk out even, just avoid a panic attack by having a few moments to prepare themselves. And this is often better for everyone, as more people can appreciate the work itself, and the discourse doesn't derail into another discussion about whether it should have had a content warning.
This is something that I feel like I don't do enough of, right? Putting content warnings at the front of you know, videos when I talk about a lot of stuff that could be potentially triggering for people. And you know, even if I'm somewhat acclimated to it, it doesn't mean that other people are. And I never want to be the one that, like, you know, kind of ruins somebody's day because they didn't know what to expect when they're getting into my content, and then all of a sudden here's a trigger.
And then someone from the other side of the debate says, in all seriousness, and I remind you, this is about whether or not people should put a single sentence at the beginning of a video, the start of a game, outside the door of a theater. Can't you just, like, have your panic attack? I mean, it's...
So now, like I said, I mess up on this stuff. I don't think I put enough of these, you know, around stuff. I think that sometimes I don't even notice when something could be triggering, and that's one thing. That is, I will admit, a mistake on my part. But look at this doubling down here. You know, is it really that big of a deal if you have a panic attack? Says the person who's never had a panic attack before.
It's not life and death.
And I actually have had one. I've had exactly one panic attack in my entire life, or at least one that I noticed was a panic attack. And oh my God, I gotta say, I didn't realize what this was. I didn't realize how bad it could be. I didn't realize how physical it was. I didn't realize that it's not just, and you know, you can do the math and figure out that, like, you know, psychological perturbation can have a physical effect on you. Your heart races, you get sweaty, you get clammy, you get, you know, you have trouble processing stuff, right? That should be easy enough to tell. But what I didn't know was how physical it got. When I had a panic attack, chat, it manifested as the involuntary clenching and unclenching of every muscle in my body. Now, I know it can be different for different people. That's what I experienced, but I thought I was going to die. I really did. And the only thing that stopped me from having that the only thing that ended that panic attack is when a medical person came in and told me that you are not dying. That's literally what she had to say to me. You're not dying. You're having a panic attack. That's what's inducing what's happening to you right now. Not a, you know, not a physical a purely physical pathology, right? Because it felt like one. I didn't know what was happening to me. I didn't, you know.
The discussion quickly and predictably devolves from there into people who have panic attacks trying to explain how miserable they are and how comparatively simple putting up a content warning is, and you realize
yeah, it feeds on itself. It's like a what do you call it? A vicious cycle.
Far too late that this whole conversation is missing the point. Because the It's Not Life and Death crowd, they never claimed that they are more inconvenienced than the person having a panic attack. I mean, content warnings ain't life and death either. They made no attempt to frame this trade-off as fair or
they're not even interested in what they're asking the other person to endure.
Justified. Only that in the grand scheme of things, it's not so bad. I call this...
And look, this kind of ties into ableism too. When we talk about ableism, we talk about different models of disability. There's the medical model of disability that says that the person with the disability, and I mean, this isn't exactly the same thing, but you'll see the connection here. The person with the disability should be changed, should be modified, should be we should make it so that they can deal with the world as it is. And there's also a social model that's available to us, which says maybe it's the world that should change, because the reason the world sucks so bad for people with a disability is because the world is literally made with the assumption that nobody has a disability, and yet they do. All kinds of people everywhere have disabilities, right? And like I said, this is not the exact same thing, but all kinds of people everywhere have triggers, right? So we could either change the person and make that person be like, okay, you're gonna get panic attacks, you're gonna get triggered, you're gonna get fucked with sometimes, but you're doing that so that this person who doesn't experience that can just have like their normal life and nothing has to change and nobody has to accommodate them, right? When you're just not acknowledging humanity when you're making these assumptions, these ableist assumptions about people.
Didoing?
Oh my
Relationship discourse would call it
Scared.
the tolerable level
Scared of getting content
of
claimed.
permanent unhappiness, which is a really powerful phrase. But I came up with didoing, and I'm keeping it. You see didoing everywhere. Be as gay as you want, just don't tell your commanding officer. Be trans if you must, but pee at home. Kink is fine, but keep it out of pride. Drag is whatever, just not in front of children. Being a woman on the internet isn't hard if you're willing to block 70,000 people and just use this service to scrub all your private information from the internet so men have a harder time finding your home address. It's $11 a month. What, you can't afford $11 a month? And yes, these are all minimizations. And if you want, you can point that out. You can tell them what it's like to get a Twitter DM threatening to murder your entire family using a quote from Mission Impossible 3. Yeah, he's probably not going to do it. But it can still fuck up your day. The goal is to fuck up your day. But the It's Not Life and Death crowd won't understand. Not because they don't care, but because they don't care enough. But even that is letting them control the conversation. You're trying to stress the pain of a panic attack, the anxiety of a death threat, to emphasize a gulf of iniquity between their experience as a person who does not deal with these things and that of someone who does. As if were the gulf only smaller, it would be not so bad. In this, you have accepted their premise. Did you even catch what the premise was? That it's okay for things to be unfair within a certain tolerance. That some people do and should take extra precaution just to exist in the world alongside the rest of us. That it's okay for others to
So it's really easy to internalize this message.
Suffer for the convenience of the normals.
But if this is a problem for you, it's your problem. Because the normals are like the vast majority of people. And when you really add it up, everybody that needs an accommodation, everybody that's not neurotypical, everybody that's got any kind of disability, right? And you just start to add this stuff up. It turns out like the normals aren't everyone. After all, there's a substantial number of people that the world as it is not cut out for. And even in saying that, chat, I'm noticing that I'm accepting the premise that if it was less people, then it would be okay, which it's not. It's not, right? We should be striving for fairness.
Because it's not...
And we can't get there in a one you know, snap of the fingers, but we can get closer.
So bad. This is a bit different from how privilege usually works. The issue with content warnings, really most things people dido over, is that if you are a person with triggers, it means other people can provoke a panic response in you against your will. The severity of that response is frankly immaterial. The point is, they have power over you. And if you're going to operate in this world as equals, you need their word that this power will not be invoked. The usual move for people on the privileged end of a power imbalance is to deny the imbalance exists. You know, white privilege is a myth, there is no gender wage gap, etc., etc., etc. And you would think the greater the imbalance, the harder it is to deny. But it's just the opposite. People dido when the imbalance is small, or at least appears small in the eyes of the didoer. It happens with content warnings, microaggressions. No, you know what? I don't get followed around Macy's like I'm gonna steal something. But is that really so important? Is this life and death? Don't you have bigger problems? Which is a funny thing to say because, according to white privilege, no, the bigger problems don't exist. Didoing is foundational to the privileged mindset because it's one scenario where they will admit to the didoee, yes, I do have power over you, and you should just let me have it.
So yeah, Innuendo Studios, let me just slip this link, right? We're doing, I want to make sure that anybody who does not already follow Innuendo Studios has access to this link. This is a great channel. There's a lot of good stuff for you to watch on there. I've even done a react to their cost of doing business. One of my apparently the videos that people liked the most, right? I got a lot of subs from that. I got a lot of views from that, and you know, got a lot of likes from that. So that was a video response that really resonated with people. And you can check that out on my channel. But I also really like ask you to, you know, if you want to see more, if you want to get it straight from Ian Danskin's mouth, then there is his YouTube channel. Okay, so what else do we have to get through, right? Now, again, this isn't necessarily going to be the end of the stream, but yeah, if we don't hit the sub goal, we're going to have to cut it at like 3 hours. I'm going to have to like kind of make that a policy. But I did want to check in with our good friend, the other Ian, our good friend of the VOD, Vaush video. I kid. But yeah, we watched this Hoots video. Oh my God, wait. God, you know, we might have to set, yeah, so I do want to look at the Vice City thing, right? But that might have to have, yeah, I'm gonna have to make an executive decision to watch the Vaush thing now, and we'll only get to that if we hit one or more of the sub goals. So let's open up Vaush, see what he has got going on today. This is his reaction to the Hoots video. We watched this Hoots video yesterday. Vaush gets mentioned, you know, just as sort of an example, right? He's not, if anyone's like the center of this video, it is Dasha from Red Scare, but Vaush and Keffels get talked about too. And here's Vaush reacting to what his chat is calling a hit piece on him.
I forgot to middle mouse click it. Can somebody link what somebody said a hit piece on me and Keffels? What is it? Let me see.
Keffels is in danger. Vaush is in danger. Must protect.
Start things off.
Video essayist. Trying to ruin my daddy. Must protect Vaush.
Did you DM me the link on Twitter, Benjamin? Because if so, I did see it because you DM'd it to me. Oh yeah, Vaush, it's nonsense.
Yo, there's people like typing Keffels with the like brownie emoji.
What's the timestamp?
The tired emoji. What is this? What is this emoji called?
Let's see. Hoots. Let's see if we give a hoot.
Wait.
About this video. Man, the dirtbag left term feels really outdated, huh? Like,
oh my God.
I'm pretty sure this term was invented for like
yeah, that's the base red droopy eyes. That's the emoji that some of the people in the YouTube chat are posting with RE Keffels. So yeah, there is a certain amount of the Vaush fandom that maybe not such a fan of Keffels. Interesting.
Trap House.
Okay,
you know.
Now here I got to do something, and please just trust me that I have no other choice. No other choice here, but to agree with Vaush that yes, indeed, Dirtbag Left does feel a little bit dated, right? When we're talking about Dirtbag Left, we're talking about 2016. We're talking about the conflict between the Bernie supporters and the rest of the quote-unquote progressives, right? Who a lot of us found out are not quite as progressive as we think or as they think. And, you know, their attempt, the Hillary Clinton crowd's attempt to tone police and, wait, what's the civility? Really, it's like kind of civility politics on the Bernie supporters, right? And the disingenuous use of identity on Bernie supporters, you know, implying that because of Hillary Clinton's identity as a woman, that a vote for Hillary Clinton would be more beneficial towards women, that you know, Bernie by virtue. So this rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, but the problem is they kept that mentality after the election, and they started to superimpose this on the left. And what does that create? A trend towards class reductionism within Bernie supporters. Unfortunately, not every Bernie supporter, but some subset, you know, really blamed identity politics and got this mentality of, we got to get the wokeness out of our leftism. You got wokeness in my leftism. We got to do something about that, right? So yeah, Dirtbag Love is not a term that I've heard very often at all, but that's usually what it's associated with, right? People that are, I mean, you saw the Hoots video, right? I thought it was a pretty good description of all the different things that encompass dirtbagism, and how Hoots was saying that there's some of these things that Hoots resonates with, right? Hoots was like, yeah, you know, be rude to the, you know, asshole, you know, right-wing orange face fascist, sure, right? But do we need to be like ableist to him? Do we need to be like, you know, misogynist to Hillary Clinton? Maybe not, but you can, as you can probably guess, Vaush has a very different take than maybe I might.
It feels kind of out of date. One of those, like, making the video on the subject because we can't.
It's Keffel's fatigue, yeah, right, Sisyphean?
Kind of things. Wait, so I've
got it too. I really don't like covering Keffel's.
Minute, like what, 15 minutes? What, about 15? Here, let's see what the opening's like.
That is what Barack and I think about every day as we try to guide and protect our girls through the challenges of this unusual life.
Did I miss you going over the alt-right playbook? Yes, unfortunately.
In the spotlight.
Uh-huh.
How we urge them to ignore those who question their father's citizenship or faith.
We're coming up close to the natural end of the stream. Like, if we do hit the 1 or more sub goals, I will extend the stream a little bit longer. But I want to make sure that we get all the content that I promised in, right? And then we'll have to cover some of the other stuff tomorrow.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Is this a leftist?
Wasn't wokeness in my leftism on
what leftist would use
on Adam and Sitch that we yeah
Michelle Obama in, like,
that's what they started off talking about.
An affirmative sense.
Be shocked if Vaush watches more than 5 minutes. I mean, you may be about right. Like, he watches it for longer than 5 minutes, but he does a lot of stun lock. Much like myself.
Lib? How often do libs make hit pieces? It's somewhat ironic. I just want to check the vibe. Hold on. What is Burning Man? I was a haunted house. My face. Is Harry Potter bad? I'm not getting... I can't get a good read just from the videos. Whatever.
Oh my god, I want to look at the videos. Okay, so we got Dirtbag. We got I was a haunted house actor. Interesting. Do not do this. We got the Burning Man and the crypto bro influence, I guess, over Burning Man. We have PragerU Kids is worse than you think. That sounds like a pretty good video. YouTuber apologies, probably pertinent to the Colleen Ballinger controversy. Your fave is problematic. Not sure what that's about. An attempt was made. Frozen 2. Oh my god, Frozen 2? I think I missed that one. Entire Vaush and Destiny Orbiter is Vaush. I wish I had the ability to help. Oh, no worries. Hey, you know what? Like, people help out as they can. And sometimes for some people, that is just hitting that like button. And it does a lot, right? Being there to support me does a lot. Watching, you know, my videos does a lot. I never want anybody to feel like they have to help, you know, financially when they've got stuff financially that they need to take care of in their own life, right? Take care of yourself first.
Here, watch a bit. What's up?
We insist that the hateful language they hear from public
Can we-
that our motto is
A full minute of this at the beginning. A full minute. Okay.
I wish I knew Colleen when I was a kid.
Consider
Just kidding.
myself, and I don't believe I have ever been considered to be a part of the dirtbag left. But I'm certainly a little dirtbag adjacent. I've been known to be a little grimy. I don't pretend to be.
Oh, fuck. All right. I'm going to.
What I like about this Hoots video is that she's kind of doing to the, you know, to the edgy, you know, to the dirtbag left, or whatever you want to call it. Like, she's kind of doing like the whole Vaush strategy of like, we're gonna be edgy to, like, you know, de-radicalize the right wingers, right? It's almost like this kind of content that Hoots is doing here is being a little bit of an edgier, or like maybe even just like owning up to your internal edginess in order to woo the dirtbag leftist away from the dirtbag left.
Withhold any judgmental comments that I have until after I've been given reason to
He
make
sped up immediately. Okay.
them.
Oh yeah. So he's watching the intro, and then looks
Here,
like
let's go to me.
they gave him the timestamp of where he's most interested in when his name shows up.
Typology is centered rather than the leftist. When the desire to shock and provoke and trigger,
ironically taking positions so aggressive as to be absurd.
Red Scare's real offense
Now,
is
I want to know, like, is that just a photoshopped image, or are we looking at Dash's ass crack here? Obviously it's blurred, so I think we're okay, but
nihilism. Nobody even calls Red Scare dirtbag left because they don't even pretend to be on the left anymore. They're like terminally contrarian, fascist adjacent, you know?
I wonder, God, see, there's sometimes I wish that I had like a talking relationship. Not really, chat. Obviously, there's a lot that I disagree with Vaush. There's a lot about Vaush that I find reprehensible, right? And generally, like, for an intersectional leftist to talk to Vaush is going to be something that Vaush exploits at my expense, right? But like, I wish I could ask him about like who he has in mind when he says dirtbag left, right? I'm thinking maybe someone along the lines of Peter Coffin, because Peter Coffin did have this trajectory. There's also like Douglas Lane. You know, there's a lot of, even Ben Burgess. You could kind of appropriately hang that tag on, you know, as being a dirtbag. But a lot of these people, like Vaush is saying, slid from even being on the left, including Red Scare, right, which is what this is about, to being something more along the line of right-wing adjacent or alt-right adjacent.
Shoe on head vibes in many ways. The funny thing is, I genuinely feel like
Shoe on head, there's another.
Red Scare is the real life version of every bad thing everyone ever assumed about Shoe on Head.
See, the thing is, like, Shoe on Head can have different looks. At some points, Shoe on Head does look like she almost has, like, you know, quasi-leftist viewpoints, and then, you know, she attacks a marginalized group, and you see where she's really at. You see what her real power level was. But honestly, Shoe on Head was Vaush's monster. Vaush did not support Peter Coffin. Vaush did not support Caleb Maupin, thankfully, right? But he did support Shoe on Head, and he gave a lot of people on the left the feeling that Shoe on the Head was like really making a pivot, really making a change, really turning over a new leaf, when in reality, Shoe on Head was just convenient for Vaush, right? Being nice to Shoe on Head, you know, let some of that Shoe on Head audience come on over to, you know, they played Red Rover, right? Come on over to Vaush's chat, right? And this was just a cynical thing that Vaush did, much like his embrace of aristocracy.
Times 10. Like every negative statement or prediction or judgment made against Shoe.
Ironically, I saw a dirtbag left video this morning from someone I never heard of, and have seen. And after seeing that and this, they may also not have known what it meant. Oh, they might not have known. Yeah.
One head were all taken and exacerbated, and they are all applied to them. You know. Do they mean the podcast? They mean the podcast.
Maybe I should date an abusive man so I can get motivated to be thin, and misrepresenting basic facts.
I'm always doing this.
claiming that the Mueller investigation already cleared Trump of wrongdoing. The show
But
collapses.
she was a woman, so that's worse. The Red Scare girls
But
are.
I mean, like, there's like edgy jokes are one thing, right? But I think that what Red Scare does is a lot more than just edgy jokes. They started out with edgy jokes, but they ended up embracing, traditional Catholicism, right? They ended up embracing some really like right-wing viewpoints and being a vessel for those right-wing viewpoints to whatever was left of the left in their audience.
Also women. Okay, you guys don't know what Red Scare is, because my chat's full of 15-year-old.
It's funny. It feels like we're talking about like, I don't know, war stories or something. Oh, you don't know about Red? Yeah, you're too young to remember the Red. You're too young to remember 2016.
NB queers or whatever. Okay, never mind. Just
into meaningless offense, meant only to spit in the eye of anyone still foolish enough to care.
Recently, Anna and Dasha seem to have even abandoned their myopic brand of class consciousness for something more like political nihilism. They've descended so far down the shitposter rabbit hole that they've completely politically disengaged.
They've descended so far down the shitposter rabbit hole that they've completely forgotten about the bottom of the hour, middle of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in about 5 minutes. I don't know exactly, like this is like the quarter of the hour, 3/4 of the hour ad break, right? But this is your last chance to push forward that sub goal, last chance to possibly extend the stream for longer than, where are we at now? Oh God, 20 minutes left, right? 20 minutes left. And also to get out of those ads, those annoying ads that you're seeing on Twitch, you can stop seeing those in various different ways. The way that costs you nothing is a Prime sub. If you have Prime, you get a free sub. If you use that on my channel, you will no longer see those ads. You can also pay to no longer see those ads. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky enough to be the beneficiary of a non-existent gift sub, which, I mean, it's like a fairy tale, right? Like, I don't know, it could exist, right? Maybe there's a unicorn out there. Maybe there's a, somebody wishing to give gift subs out there, right? If there is, your best chance to benefit from their generosity is to be active in chat.
To sincerely care about anything is cringe, so they embrace a kind of politics of spite and insincerity.
I don't disagree with that, but they're definitely not like depoliticized. They're pretty like openly fascist. They're just fascist from the perspective of like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's so much shit posting in what Red Scare does that it's hard to tell, where exactly they line up. But it's becoming harder and harder to deny that it's somewhere on the right.
Being a young 20-something bitter gay bulimic or whatever. There's like a very specific brand of cynicism here that they cut into, but they're definitely not apolitical or whatever.
To me, Red Scare represents an extreme case of a pretty common disease on the shitposting left, when the dirtbag typology is centered rather than the leftist. When the desire to shock and provoke and trigger...
Yeah, it's essentially dirtbag leftists in a way are pick-me's. Like, they want to portray themselves as not like being the other leftists. The other leftists are soy, the other leftists are cringe. They're not like that, right? They have the aesthetics, they have the optics of a right-winger, and maybe on some level the politics of a leftist, but
is prioritized
even that's kind of doubtful
over having good politics. There's a disturbing regressive trend among nominally progressive online personalities. I'm thinking of edgy leftists like Vaush, who somehow always find a way to use their platforms to harass marginalized people.
This is such a like, the only thing that I know about me is a drama that I heard about and people like circulate. Like,
Vaush, you're the beneficiary of this very phenomenon. No, what he's talking about is people being vaguely familiar with drama from their friend group and having a certain impression, right? Somebody might have the impression that, oh yeah, Professor Flowers, wasn't that genocide enthusiast, right? Wasn't that person that was like racist against white people, right? And that's all they know, and they haven't seen the debate, and they don't know, and they just assume, yeah, because my friends like Vaush. Vaush was the good one in that debate. Professor Flowers was super evil, and Vaush, took care of that problem really well. So, good on you, Vaush, right? He's most of the time he's the beneficiary of this kind of phenomenon, right? Here he's pointing out somebody that like, at least, if you just like take Hoots at the knowledge that she's expressing in this video, like she's not going deep into the Vaush lore, right? She's not going deep into the Professor Flowers thing. We're not going to go deep into the noodles thing. We're just going to kind of mention those, right? And you know, that the audience that that Hoots has garnered is an audience that doesn't need to have an argument made, that has seen that stuff and from their perspective has decided that, yeah, that was pretty racist of Vaush, you know, going after Professor Flowers the way that he did, and that, you know, like the dogpiling, the dogpiling on top of a 4chan dogpile that Keffels did to Rosalind was pretty scummy too, right? So, you know, much in the same as your audience doesn't have to be, you know, convinced that EJ and Luna thought that maybe Nazis had a point, which they didn't. It's not what they were saying, right? But try telling that to a Vaushite, right? And even ones that haven't seen the video, even ones that haven't seen the debate, like they think this is like, you know, this is established lore, right? Vaush, you are for once like suffering from the phenomenon that you usually benefit from. Vaush was part of the Rosalind dogpile.
It's always so bizarre for me because
He's definitely got a dog in that fight. Oh wait, no, we gotta hit the. Oh, I didn't have it. I closed the soundboard because it was giving us problems early on. He had a dog in that pile. Yes.
Content creators who constantly get engaged in drama. Like, for instance, like Destiny actively revels in drama and causing it and engaging with it or whatever.
Destiny, huh? I mean, yeah, Destiny does do that, but so does Vaush.
And, you know,
yeah, the rotten apple doesn't fall from the tree. Lest we forget where Vaush came from, which was literally Destiny's community.
Like, I loathe drama. I don't like waking up and seeing my name trending on Twitter because it's almost always for negative reasons. I like it.
Like waking up and seeing your name trending on Twitter either, Vaush. Can we like agree on? Can we get you off that trending tab?
Attention. I love attention. Don't get me wrong. But drama specifically in the context of this environment.
Yeah, I feel like you get enough attention already.
It's just, I don't get much satisfaction from it. So then I do all my streams and it's all like politics. And I do like an hour-long rant yesterday about like essentially anarchic queer linguistic norms. And then I watch a video from someone being like, well, 3 years ago, he thought a black woman was wrong. So he's always using his platform to harass marginalized people, you know?
Like when he misunderstood black nationalism and sent his thousands of followers to harass a much smaller creator and
millions. Thank you.
Call her a white genocide enjoyer or whatever. Or when he used J.K. Rowling's trans misogyny as an excuse to promote just...
You said Professor Flowers was talking blood and soil, Vaush. Come on.
General misogyny, I guess.
What? Why promote? Okay, that's not what promote means. Promote means advocate for. I was just being misogynistic. There's a difference there, like a meaningful one.
Let's just say modeling. Let's just say modeling misogyny, okay?
But okay. Also,
he still stands by those back. Yeah, he thinks he solved a problem. He looks at Professor Flowers as a broken stair that he, you know, that needed fixing.
Stand by it. It's not like I've stopped being casually misogynistic.
Women be quieter and start apologizing more. That is such a wild take, Ian. Have you met women? I apologized to my couch when I stubbed my toe on it. I'm thinking.
Thank God. I was gonna make a joke. I'm glad she already takes the right attitude towards life.
Thinking of Keffels, who apparently grew tired of ratioing transphobes and decided instead to use her platform to harass feminist Asian writer Rosalind Toulousan for
Nancy Chansey, thank you for the Twitch sub. Wait, why is it not showing up for me? Like I see it, the alerts are picking it up, so.
Entire years.
Wait, is this the noodles? Wait, please tell me this is the noodles drama. Is this seriously Noodlegate? Oh my God, dude. Yes! So for clarification, okay? Okay, for clarification, all right? A while ago, like 50 years ago, a white woman made a cookbook that included stuff like noodles.
Wait, I can't even tell. It registered as a sub point, but it may have just been a follow. Either way, Nancy Chansey, I appreciate you.
Noodles and dumplings. That's it. It was a good cookbook. She grew up making noodles and dumplings, so she made a book about it. Somebody on Twitter said this
is such a reduction of what actually happened, of what this was actually about.
It's racist. Why are you, as a white woman, making noodles and dumplings? And Keffels
demagogued multiple queer black people since Professor Flowers. This is not a one and done.
said, I think it's okay to be a white person and make noodles and dumplings. And for 2 years,
that is not what happened.
People have said Keffels was being racist for saying that. That's not a joke. I'm not leaving.
And also, you're misrepresenting. Like, I mean, I don't think he's even talking about Rosalind here. Like, what happened, right, was that Rosalind commented on the success of a book, you know, talking about, like, you know, Asian culinary culture that was written by that had gone viral and done really well, and it's written by a white woman. So once again, you see, you know, Asian culture being brought to, like, you know, the cultural attention of you know, in the U.S. and it being, you know, brought by a white person. This is like, so it was a comment. It was a comment on that, right? Rosalind had an opinion about that. Rosalind did not direct hate at the noodle lady or anything like that. I shouldn't say noodle lady because I feel like noodle lady is what Keffels calls Rosalind, but the woman who wrote the cookbook, and it was you know, the Rosalind's objection to that was what was demagogued, and it ended up with a giant dog pile, including a bunch of 4chan racists, and Keffels jumped right onto that dog pile. At the very least, you could just not, like, dogpile somebody who's being crushed by 4chan. That's like, that's like the least we could ask, Keffels. I had subscribed to extend the stream. Yeah, loving the stream. Thank you. I'm glad I'm resonating with you.
Anything out. That's really it.
And again, chat, like, if we don't hit the sub goal, I love you either way, okay? You know, sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. A lot of this is on me as far as, like, you know, what I do to grow the community, what I do to grow the stream. So I don't want anybody, like, having to, like, take this on their shoulders as, like, this is, like, my responsibility, especially if you have limited financial resources yourself, right? That's the one problem with asking for donations, which I do, because, you know, I need them to be sustainable. I need to be able to, you know, make enough money to live. But as always, you got to take care of yourself first and foremost, just like in an airplane, right? You know, put that mask over your own face first. Otherwise, you're not going to be much good to anybody. And
that's the level we're on
here. He's being quiet.
Noodles are tasty has become a rallying cry similar to ethics in video game journals.
But yeah, it's really cool when we can hit that sub goal because it does let me do more content.
Noodles are tasty has become a rallying cry similar to we must secure a future for white people and their children or whatever the fuck.
But I probably should talk about how it works. Okay, I'm not trying not to distract too much with fundraising. Okay, but here's how it works. Like, look, you got the Twitch sub goal. That's that right there. That's what Nancy Chansey just got a sub on Twitch, even though you're watching on YouTube, which is incredibly altruistic behavior on your part. And I appreciate that. And I'm sure the rest of the chat does as well. Right. We've also got member goals, which we count towards the sub goal, and super chat goals. And I've tried to gauge them. So, like, monetarily, they're pretty close to the same amount. I think the easiest way to hit the sub goal, like the cheapest way to hit the sub goal, is probably through member donations or membership gift subs, right? But really, any of these, in fact, I'll even try to do math if I feel like there's, like, through a combination, like we got halfway there on the sub goal for Twitch and halfway there on the member goal, or halfway there on the member goal and halfway there on the super chat goal. You know, if I can justify spending more time on stream, I absolutely will. But I also understand that that's not going to happen every single time. And at the end of the day, you know, the buck stops here. The onus is on me to grow the community to something that actually, you know, can, you know, support me without people feeling like it's like all of the burden is on them, because that's the last thing I want people you know, to feel like that they're gonna having to carry it all themselves, right? But yeah,
you know, 1488, a well-known neo-Nazi dog whistle, rivaled only by Noodles Are Tasty, the other very well-known Nazi dog whistle.
But see, like, what the Noodles Are Tasty thing represents is, like, it is a dog whistle, right? Because Keffels isn't just, like, being like noodles are tasty, which of course they are. Noodles are like half of my diet. I love noodles, right? And you know, if I could get some dumplings, I'd be even more happy, right? I love those things, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, and that's not what Rosalind's criticism. Rosalind was like, not like white people don't get to eat noodles. Like, that would be absurd. But what it is every time that's brought up, it's like a reactivation of the dog pile on Rosalind, right? That's why it's a dog whistle. That's why it's a dog. It's not a dog. It's not a 1488 dog whistle. It's a let's fuck with the noodle lady dog whistle.
This isn't a joke. This really is the level that we're on here. Hey, quick tip to this lady. Honest tip, given earnestly by somebody who's watched a lot of video essays. So,
especially given that Keffels has been the target of... Yeah, Keffels knows what it's like to be under the crosshairs of online... targeted campaign from many of the same people as the ones targeting Rosalind.
Okay. The reason you're making this video is because you know that it drives clicks and engagement. I have a lot of clout attached to my name.
You got spicy clips on Twitter?
Keffels does as well. Certainly when it comes to drama. The problem is you've forgotten to make the video essay. You're not explaining anything that happened. Like, all you've done is show examples. Watch an H-Bomber video. You notice how, because this is topical because one just came out, you notice how when he wants to make an argument about the moral character of somebody, he provides examples rather than just, like, obliquely referring to a screenshot or some vaguely remembered drama event from multiple years ago. The reason you feel comfortable making this, like, way sort of gestural, like, you know, yes, the person who does that, is because you're either A, incompetent, which I'm not jumping to here. I don't think that's actually the reason. I think it's the second reason. It's because...
I mean, I know this isn't true because, like, I mean, I knew Keffels before, and I kind of know what she's about, and I know why this didn't happen. But I wonder, is there, like, an alternate universe somewhere where Keffels had a little bit more intestinal fortitude to be able to tank the barrage of hate from the debate bozos and actually go against them and actually create her own power for trans people, right? Because that's kind of what we're looking for, and that was possible, right? And Keffels could have been the one, right? Demon Mama got compromised because she got attacked by Destiny's community and she needed a safe harbor that was Vaush, right? I got compromised because of the sort of dogpile that I faced from Dylan Burns and company, and the lack of support, that I got from, like, anybody else on the, supposed left on Twitch politics, right? And there's probably more examples than that of trans people who could have established a real power base independent of these debate bozos, right? But I mean, I know that that's not who Keffels was. I know that that's not what motivates her. I know that it would have taken a different person to really go to really go against Destiny, Vaush, and the rest of the debate bozos, and actually establish that kind of community. And it really sucks, right? Because there was a window, there was an absolute window for that kind of thing. H-Bomber Guy's videos take a year and are 4 hours long, but the video is around 30 minutes. And why does not everybody's gonna make a 4-hour video? Oh my god, thank you, Derek. I'm glad you're enjoying the show, and thank you for the super chat. You know what, you're just under the amount. I've got it set for $5. Maybe I should lower the amount where the super chats actually show up on screen. I think you'll at least get like a right? But if you spend $5 on a super chat, it actually reads it out. But I'll read. Enjoying the show is what Derek says.
Because this is like insular virtue signal community drama bullshit where you're under the assumption that everyone else knows about this already, so you're just trying to cash in on views on a subject that you know there's already a lot of interest saturation. I think this is a very cynical and lazy way of making...
Yeah, I predicted it. Yeah, it gives you the alert, but it doesn't read the message, unfortunately.
Making a video. If you want to argue that I'm racist, there are literally video clips of me saying the N-word hard R on stream. I just put in a little bit of effort.
What a flex! What a flex with this guy. Yeah, if you want to see me being racist, go to my inward Andy take.
They're not hard to find. You can Google them. I'm just like, that sounds like a joke, like I'm being edgy here, but I'm actually being serious. It kind of bothers me a little bit when people are so
Natalie, you're talking about your spicy clips. Is that the one where he talks about blood and soil? Is that the one that you're talking about? I think I did see you post that.
Arrogant when they make these stupid hit piece videos on me, that they just go like,
oh my
here's
God.
An example. Vaush.
See, we've actually gone over 3 hours already.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna keep watching though. Hoots didn't say that, right?
It's like it's just a way of like holding up a magnet to the people who already don't like us.
And
I will hold out from becoming a pumpkin for as long as I can. Blood and Soil? I don't think that was one of them. Oh, okay.
Alibi for a harassment campaign that has become a meme unto itself.
See? Exactly. See? Oh my God. Yeah. See? That has become a meme unto itself. Like, she's referring...
Even if I have to go over the allotted time for a stream without hitting the sub goal, I do want to give you the content that I promised, right?
To the already existing popularity of this discourse, meaning that she can just, you know, yeah, it's like, well, you know, I don't need to like make the argument here. We all already know how we feel about Vaush and Keffel, so I'm just going to refer to them, remind you that they're bad, and then continue, but not remind you with like an example. We're just going to sort of...
He does have a hard time understanding the video is not about him. Yeah, he's just like an object lesson. He's just like an example. Same with Keffels, right? They're not the... They're not the main point of the video. It's honestly, if there's any one, it's not about a person, but if it was about a person, it would be Dasha from Red Scare.
Point, you know?
This isn't activism. This is just a race.
But Natalie, I will look in the Discord before we end for sure, and try to watch your clip if we don't get to it in the video.
Just waste of time, which...
See, notice how that statement makes no sense unless you're already familiar with the drama.
Because, like I said, the Vaush's reaction to Hoots herself is you know, it is what it is, right? And it's not... Hoots isn't going into depth, right? So there's not a lot to, you know, push back on. And where the real pushback comes from is actually Vaush's chat, surprisingly enough.
She showed a...
And it is an interesting phenomenon. I'd like to know more about it. Vaush blames it on them being what did he say, like non-binary 15-year-olds or something?
Keffel's tweet that said noodles are tasty, and then she was like, yeah, no, this is a racist waste of time, not activism. What?
Yeah, going after Rosalind was literally a racist waste of time. True.
What do you mean?
It's a tongue twister. Racist waste of time.
You showed a tweet about noodles, lady. Why? What are you referring to here? You know?
To be fair, is a pretty accurate description of Clara's body of work. But this kind of boring reactionary trolling is not worthy of
Yeah, that is true. It's like all of her analysis is like less than skin deep.
Anyone's time or attention, and certainly not anyone who claims to be aligned with the left.
See, again, this was what I mean by the dismissive virtue signal. Like, are we even being invoked for the purpose of making a point, or is this just holding a beacon up to people who don't like us so they can add another, like, gem onto their, you know, VDS and KDS Infinity Gauntlets? Like, what point is being made here? What, like, artistic statement is being made? What are you communicating? What personal analysis are you providing? Vaush, she would just say, it's not my job to educate you. Yeah, this is kind of like that. It's like, it's not my job to educate you on these people and this topic that I'm making a video on that you're watching.
But realistically speaking, like somebody said this earlier, it's not about Vaush. It's not making an argument against Vaush. It's not making an argument against Keffels. It's speaking to, Hoots is speaking to their audience. And this is an audience that doesn't need the explanation for, you know, what happened in Noodlesgate. Doesn't need the explanation for what did Vaush do wrong in the Professor Flowers debate.
Right now, like you click on the video and it's just somebody being like, yeah, what,
you could have watched the first 15. Yeah, he would. I mean, he could have.
You think I was going to explain it to you? You know? Again, like the issue here is that, like, first of all, from a purely like
but he's not seeking to understand, you know, what Hoots is saying. He's seeking to essentially vaccinate his audience against any sort of damage that this video might do. And I don't think he's successful. I don't think he succeeded in that. I think that he there some of this stuff gets through, and you're going to see later in his conversation with chat, which is the interesting part.
Interested perspective. There's a lot more for me to dig into if there actually is like an effort to cancel me or whatever. I think a lot of people on the left, the reason why I don't deal with woke scolds that much is because I come across as kind of invulnerable to them.
Those goddamn woke scolds.
And I think a lot of them have kind of given up. Like, it's been 5 years now, and I've only gotten more popular with time. You know, like, the view counts keep on chugging. And in spite of all the shit they've done and they've said, it doesn't...
But what he hasn't noticed is that there's a ceiling that he's run up against, right? And that ceiling is due to, like, freaking karma, right? He could have grown a lot bigger. He's a great speaker. You know, he does the streaming thing pretty well, as good as Destiny at least. There's no reason that he shouldn't be the size of Destiny, but other than the fact that, you know, he's just burnt so many bridges, and Destiny never tried to claim to be a leftist. Destiny never claimed to really try to care about marginalized groups, right? But you know, it's Vaush's failure to you know, to deliver on, and his propensity to attack those same groups when they become inconvenient for him, that has like created that ceiling that he's run up against. And there was one time where he broke the ceiling with the Anna Kasparian thing. Next to somebody like the Young Turks, Vaush looks pretty good. And he did grow again slightly with the Anna Kasparian debacle, right? But he's kind of capped.
Really seem to affect me, so I think they don't like going out.
Part of me hopes that his audience is sort of seeing through him. It is possible.
After me anymore. That's why they like going after Keffels, by the way. Notice how if you show any signs of weakness...
Keffels is his Achilles heel.
I'm not saying Keffels is weak. I'm just saying that she hasn't presented the same, like...
one-man circle jerk.
Invulnerability to harassment that I have for a long time now. They'll go after them like... It's like piranhas. You dump, like, you know, it's chum to the sharks. They go after people they think they can hurt, right? But in my case, like... a lot of them don't think they can hurt me, so they just don't, and the criticism kind of dries up. It's really all performative. It's like it's an effort.
A lot of them are on to the way that this guy harnesses the attention economy, and they don't want to feed into that.
To demonstrate that there's some sort of in-group community power that, you know, sort of tied to harassing people that they think are problematic. And I'm kind of out of it now, I guess. But I wish they would try harder, you know? Come at me. The fact they think they can hurt her is literal transmisogyny. Oh, people like this will always
Do you notice, chat, though? Like, I mean, Vaush has definitely gone after smaller creators than me. He's had a chance to go after me. He did mention me once on stream, right? But he moved on, right? The whole Filegate, which, like, you know, Eris spent a long time on. Shark even, you know, did a stream on me. Xander Hall did a hate stream on me. A lot of these people were really going after me during the whole Filegate thing, right? Vaush, I think, just watched... Wait, what was it? I think he just looked at the tweet and he moved on, right? There's certain people, when he says come at me, there's certain people that he doesn't want coming at him. There's certain people that he will not give attention to because he knows there might be a significant downside. What am I saying here? I'm saying this guy is scared of little old me, right? At 2K subs here, right? He's scared of me. I find that interesting, right? He's not the only one either.
Disproportionately go after members of the queer community or women or whatever else. The more cis and male and straight, miss me with that shit, that you come off, the more invulnerable you come off to harassment, and the less they feel it's worth their time. Which is the reason why people like this have, you know, they spend a lot of time going after people on the left, and not so much going after...
You notice that? Chud Logic too. Chud Logic even came in here. His chat wanted him to debate me. And I, you know, I was willing to have a conversation with my old friend Chud Logic from way back in the day, back when he used to be a leftist or call himself a leftist at least, right? And he didn't want any of that, right?
After people on the right.
If you're someone who consistently uses your platform to torment marginalized people, I don't really think you're doing...
He's more scared of me, yeah, I'd say, than Crowder is of Sam.
Leftism.
See, again, like, where's the... Substantiate the point. You showed a noodle tweet.
Yes. Yes, because for Hoots' audience, Like, it's not really that interesting of a discussion. There's not any convincing that needs to go on. They saw what happened. They interpreted it without, you know, Keffel's skewing of it, and they know what kind of a racist 4chan dogpile that Keffel's jumped on top of.
You showed a noodle tweet. You showed a tweet saying noodles are tasty. You said it was like a rallying cry.
Nobody's denying that noodles can be tasty, by the way.
Akin to ethics in games journalism without even remotely substantiated.
In the same way that ethics in games journalism by itself sounds okay, yet journalism should maybe be ethical, including games journalism. If there's some kind of unethical games journalism going on, maybe it should be more ethical. Sure, that's an easy thing to get people to agree with, but when you really find out what people are asking for with ethics in games journalism, and it amounts to driving other creators off the platform, that's a whole nother thing. In the same way as the noodles thing was meant to drive Rosalind off the freaking internet.
It's like you might as well have not even said anything. You know, like, why?
Well, I like that she's not giving you anything to go on. I kind of appreciate it. I think that's a W. Can we get some can we get some Hoots W's in chat? I think this is a Hoots W. I think this is how you handle Vaush, right? I think that engaging with a bad faith actor like Vaush the way that he wants you to engage with him is a mistake. It's like Scary Terry. It's like Scary Terry. If Scary Terry tells you that you can run, but you cannot hide, maybe you should try hiding. Noodles are tasty as a rallying cry. Keffel started it trending over a year later on Blue Sky for over, yeah, Keffels does not like let up on anybody that she's harassing. This is a Hoots W, I think.
No matter how much you want universal health care and a livable
W's in
minimum wage. But I've noticed that a lot of people...
But I don't want either of those things. I just want state-mandated girlfriends or whatever. Vaush, I swear, if you swore off ironic misogyny, you'd have way more reach for your message. I'm sorry, I'm an authentic guy. I talk the way on stream that I do in real life. I make edgy jokes in real life. I make them here. I can't do the self-censorship thing. No, this isn't some, like, I'm a brave free speech warrior thing or whatever. It's just legitimately, I just act how I act. I try to rein it in sometimes, and trust me, I have way worse jokes that I'm making all the time in my head, okay? So it's not like we're not engaging in any kind of restraint.
Once talked to a girl that thought buttered noodles was dirty talk. I like buttered noodles, just add some garlic and a lot of cheese. I mean, maybe there's something there.
But, you know. Dude, just a little effort. I'm showing a lot of effort. Okay, it's a wild one up in here. All right, just a lot of wacky jokes. You know. Also, not gonna lie, I think that engaging in
know about a lot of effort, but Vaush is definitely showing a lot of weasel
kind of light and comedic level of ironic misogyny can actually demonstrate a person being better about gender issues. Than a person who is like super ultra PC all the time about it. In the same way that in my experience, black guys tend to be a lot more chill around white people who can be casual.
Who can make a nice racist joke to show that they're not racist, right? You know, that's true. Yeah, black people definitely like hanging around, you know, edgy white boys that think that like saying the N-word is some kind of a, I don't know. What is he saying? What is he saying? What he's not saying is is the fact that we got another ad break coming up on Twitch that is gonna take your eyeballs away from the stream and put them in an ad for 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's an ad break that you can get out of for free using a Twitch Prime sub. That is an ad break that you can get out of for $5 by spending $5 on a sub or $6 on mobile, and that is an ad break that you might possibly be able to get out through through a gift sub. Although those are fewer and farther between these days. At some point, start to wonder if they are a mythical beast like a unicorn or a leprechaun or something. But I believe in unicorns and leprechauns, and I also believe in the possibility for you to get a gift sub, and I also believe that it's more likely if you're active in chat.
When it comes to race jokes, as opposed to somebody who's super straight-laced and stiff when it comes to...
Wait, you missed what he was saying, and you only heard the... Which part? Which part?
anything race related. Same way that in my experience, straight, a person being better about gender issues than a person who is like super ultra PC all the time about it. And the
Yo, this is really funny. I'm seeing like I'm seeing that people that Vaush would have called woke scolds a few years ago, like in his chat here. That's funny. That I'm seeing somebody that thought I was kind of yikes in Vaush's chat. That's wild.
Same way that in my experience, black guys tend to be a lot more chill around white people who can be casual when it comes to race jokes, as opposed to somebody who's super straight-laced and stiff when it comes to anything race-related.
Okay, so that's what he's saying, that like the more the black people recognize white people who are stiff and don't say anything as when it comes to race, that it's probably because they're secretly racist, whereas the edgy bros like him, black people recognize as being not racist because they're willing to skirt the line of racist jokes. It's incoherent, Sarah. It's
because
it's just more Vaush thought.
As the latter, when they're really stiff and like inflexible and sort of like don't engage with it, comes across as they're like afraid they might say something or they're uncomfortable with the subject. I guess just in interpersonal interactions, like day to day in my real life, I do make like casual jokes about women, but it's never seemed to cause many issues. Like I've talked to plenty of left-leaning women, feminists, you know, even like activist groups. I mean, I've talked to entire roomfuls of people whose jobs it was to be PC when public facing. And for the most part, I think it comes across.
Yeah, Vaush does not understand black people.
Okay, because I'm demonstrating a comfort with the subject, not some like weird, stiff, uncomfortable, you know, kind of like withholding. Does that make any whatever? It's a personal taste thing. I'm not saying that it's better for me to do it or whatever. I'm just saying that you know, that's how I tend to think of it. I think sometimes it does indicate that. Also, some of the worst and creepiest fucking rapists,
and there's the ad breaks,
that I've seen on the left have been those like straight collar nice guys who are.
So I mean, this is Jamie Kilstein, right? There is a truth to this, that like sometimes really scummy people, you know, hide behind the identity of being like you know, a male feminist, but like I think I'm more sketched like so yeah, there's, you know, one in a number of you know, leftist guys that say that they're a feminist, you know, maybe they end up being like a creep, right? Compared to like 10 out of 10 of the creepy guys that act like creeps 24/7. I will take my odds with the Jamie Kilsteins, right? Jamie Kilstein is somebody that was you know, kind of you know, was on a intersectional leftist podcast way back in the day, and turned out to be kind of creeping on some of his fans, and then took an alt-right pivot in his career so he could get on Joe Rogan, and it worked. Somehow Joe Rogan was like, yeah, let's bring this guy on. Oh, so you've learned your lesson about being a woke skull. That's right, Joe. Yeah, Jamie Kilstein, if you want to see him get smashed though, he did a roast battle. I don't know why he agreed to this, but he did a roast battle with Nick Mullen. Nick Mullen is not, you know, like Nick Mullen is like all kinds of yikes, right? But somehow Jamie Kilstein ends up being worse.
Super ultra fucking PC with women, but are like quietly seething that they get like, you know, dicked by Chad, but like they haven't gotten pussy or whatever. Like I don't know. I just have like a negative association with like a certain level of self-restraint. But I'm all right.
People who see themselves as politically incorrect.
I feel like he's stun locking as bad as me today.
Leftists fall into this trap. Saying something outrageous or feuding with someone.
Doesn't this depend on how sensitive or looking for something to jump on the people you're currently around are? If the people around me are sensitive enough that it's a problem for them, that's a them problem thing. I don't really care. I mean, obviously, like, I'll always be polite to people, but if somebody just doesn't...
Nero says, as a black gay person, I am grossed out by Vaush and would be really uncomfortable around him. Yeah.
Vibe with the way I present myself, that's okay. They can remove themselves from the situation. I'm not, like, kidnapping people. I'm not a teacher. They're not a captive audience. I think that the world...
Like, he's the kind of guy that would just be like, would just make the situation awkward. I think in an attempt to, like, I don't know, break the ice.
In general would be a better place if people were a little bit more honest and straightforward about how they are, even if that
a scumbag, sure,
how they are is annoying or off-putting to people. I think that the sort of false image of public agreeability can often be a lot more harmful than people just being kind of open sometimes about being things
like,
that...
sometimes I kind of wish Jamie Kilstein would pop off so I could make a video, because it is an interesting story, and I did know of him way back when.
Other people might find negative. But again,
but alas, not very, just not, you know, nobody cares about Jamie Kilstein.
Really variable. Like, I'm not saying it's like, oh, the world would be better if everyone was an asshole. I'm not. Again, I'm being like, I'm speaking in favor of being authentic and being a little cringe here, not in favor of just being mean to people. I think you should always try to be nice. You know. You'd have better reach if you simply didn't do it when responding to videos like this without the context of you. I
Here's where the
imagine
chat starts in on him.
It does seem genuinely sexist. Maybe. Hold their hand every once in a while. Yeah, but I feel like, I mean, oh, okay, like if somebody was watching this...
They're giving like SDL advice. If you don't know, SDL, Sock Done Left, is a content creator. I think I've talked to Sock Done Left once or twice on stream way back in the day. But something came out about Sock Done Left from the Destiny Discord, and there was just like all this transphobia, all this inappropriate, like, sort of predatory behavior on fans, and you know, just like anti-Semitism, like what have you. There's just a bunch of garbage, right? And it was around the same time as the scandal of nocommentchick is mean to Dylan Burns came out, and who stayed canceled for longer? For some reason, it was me. For some reason, I was the one that was yikesy, even though there were all these fucking screenshots of just horrible things that SDL was saying. So SDL maybe played it smart by the optics game, by the you know, public relations game, and you know, kept their head down until the point that people forgot about the scandal, and then came back on Twitter in a big way and started making shorts, and basically just stayed away from any controversy, always kept it very, you know, always kept it very safe, right? And has developed kind of a new community, a new group of fans that just don't know anything about, you know, who SDL actually is. But yeah, SDL's, you know, somebody that when the way that they're talking to him, it sounds like they want Vaush to be more like that.
This video in a vacuum and in good faith. Would this overall engagement not indicate some level of self-awareness on my part? Like, I know what it looks like when guys are just casually sexist in a way that actually indicates sexism, you know? I've seen that before, plenty, you know? I grew up around guys in school. I know what that looks like. I guess I just don't feel like I give those vibes. Sometimes people disagree, but, you know, obviously I'll always be more charitable to myself.
Yeah, Vaush, you don't give those vibes at all.
Than, you know, than other people will.
That your average anime avatar anon thinks is cringe gets you a lot of attention.
I know this is exhausting, but you should push back more on the bullshit Destiny says about you. Whatever he says, I am taller than him, okay? Don't believe his lies, all right? What's that meme image that was popular in his chat? I don't know if it still is, but with the memento, and he's holding up the photo. Don't believe his lies, and it's a picture of him, okay? Don't believe that, all right? What are we doing? Let's actually watch the video.
No matter how much you want universal health care and a livable minimum wage.
He's trying to escape from his chat.
But I've noticed that a lot of people who see themselves as politically incorrect leftists fall into this trap. Saying something outrageous or feuding with someone that your average anime avatar anon thinks is cringe gets you a lot of attention. And
what you see doesn't reflect what women see. Vaush, stop the casual misogyny or stop whining about people complain. How can you be this sensitive and also be a tier 2 sub in my chat? I'm not whining about people who complain. I'm explaining how I feel about it. And also, what you see doesn't reflect what women see. Let's be real here. Most of the people who go after me for this are guys speaking on behalf of women, okay?
It's the white knights. It's the simps. That's who it is. The male feminists. It's the goddamn... Look, just because people like Jamie Kilstein give male feminists a bad name does not mean that it is wrong for a male to embrace feminism.
I wasn't born yesterday. Exactly, I'm not. You're not a tier 2 sub? Was that a gifted sub? Is this stolen valor?
You're fighting with your subs, Vaush. You're fighting with your subs. When white people tell us they know better than we do about real racism, says Zara. Yeah.
We all love attention. But if you aren't careful, vulgarity can sour and become cruelty. And the political weapon of crudeness becomes a blunted cudgel wielded even against our allies. Now, anti-identitarian leftists will say that pandering to marginalized groups is weakening the left.
Wait. Again, please, with the video essays, you have to substantiate and explain what it is you're doing, what it is you're saying. You can't just say stuff like that without providing examples. I know what you mean because I know everything, but a lot of the people watching this won't. They're just kind of like nodding along. Like, you have to provide information. Give them something here.
He's saying, give me something to disagree with. Give me something to start drama about.
Scolds are off-putting to the white working class who would be on board with our project were it not for all these uppity insert marginalized
dicks like me
identity here's. But like,
we're mixing arguments right here. Appeals to the white working class as a group that must be appealed to no matter what have always been bullshit on the left, in large part because the idea that the working class is a white group has always been like a Republican assumption.
See,
the working class...
So now here's where Vaush differentiates from a lot of what we call the dirtbag left, right? His problems are different, right? His problem is he's got a chip on his shoulder when it comes to his whiteness. He's got a chip on his shoulder when it comes to feminism. Right, those are basically Vaush's, issues. So he correctly identifies the problem with the appeal to the white working class. The fact is that non-white, really usually it's like the white male working class, right? That like the working class is disproportionately comprised of people who are neither white, who are either not white. Male or right, it's kind of a misnomer, right? But it goes back to the Hillary Clinton versus Barack Obama primary campaign, right? That they would always be like, yeah, but Barack Obama, does he really speak to the white working class? What about the white working class? The Democrats need to get the white working class. What about the white working class, right? And it's just a fucking racist dog whistle.
Is disproportionately made up of marginalized people, black and brown, women, queer of any kind. The working class is not like, people will be like, the working class, and what they mean is like white guys in overalls who work on oil rigs or something, or in Appalachia. That's an incredibly tiny portion of the overall working class in this country, which constitutes, by the way, the vast majority of the people in this country. So that's one argument. The other argument is that woke scolds are off-putting to potential allies, and that is true. However, they're more off-putting to... Look, I'll say this, okay? If you go by, like, relative acceptance of a variety of issues, I would also be worried about how the woke scoldy behavior comes across to potential allies who are black. Please define woke scolds. When I say woke scold, what I mean is a progressive person who habitually gatekeeps or virtue signals or purity tests as a way of sort of selectively defining the bounds of their community group vis-a-vis like progressivism. Basically, like a scoldy woke person, I think that the definition's going to be blurry, but there are a lot of people who fit it so perfectly that it's actually really easy to refer to examples of this. They tend to do the cry bully thing. Now, again, I don't think that woke scolds are all bad people. I don't think that it like makes them evil. I don't think they're all deliberately manipulative. I think that a lot of them are weak, vulnerable.
So he's talking about people with like a holier than thou attitude. I don't know if he got to that part yet, but I'll beat him to the punch if that, if he's not there yet. But the problem with this whole like holier than thou criticism is it's like you're literally reacting to the fact that people aren't as big of a piece of shit as you are, right? We're still pieces of shit on some level, right? Most people have like some degree of implicit bigotry, implicit bias, right? But like you're just not a very you're a pretty low, like, being holier than Vaush. If by holier you mean like less of a piece of shit, then it's not a very high bar.
Vulnerable people,
But again, this guy's got a chip on his shoulder. That's his deal.
Them are young. They don't have a lot of social capital, and they're progressive, and they've grown up, and they're now in an online environment where there are some communities where you can get a lot of social clout by being, you know, kind of holier than thou. And as a consequence of that, I think a lot of them lean into that as a way of demonstrating virtue over others, and that makes them kind of purity testy and, you know, kind of
purity testy. So like, right, when people have a problem with, you know, you bringing your not unpacked privilege into a community where that shit is noticeable, then you're getting purity tested. So this is a guy that literally cannot learn from other people, cannot learn to, you know, is not interested in solidarity. He's interested in taking over space. He's going to mention later, like some orgs, I guess, that Vaushites have gotten kicked out of. Now, I have heard a little bit, like I am in touch with people who do stuff, you know, on the ground locally that very much do not want Vaushites in their orgs, right? So, I mean, this is, from what I can tell, real. But, you know, this is more, you know, it's not so much about purity testing, right? Because, you know, despite the fact that nobody really owes you the, you know, to owes you like an education on, you know, on what you're doing that's getting in the way of solidarity. But there are people in any kind of large group that will take the time, you know, if you have a lot to unpack, they're there to help you unpack it, right? But that doesn't happen when you come into spaces and you take over. And that's what Vaush does, and that's what Vaushites do. And this is a lot of your problem. This is a lot of Vaush's problem. But he's never going to sit down and listen. He's never going to take the time. He doesn't want to learn. He wants to take over.
Kind of mean.
No
Kind of bad.
girls on the internet.
A lot of them engage
exactly.
in a lot of really abusive behavior without knowing it because they think that being on the quote-unquote right side of history gives them permission to engage in that behavior. Vaush, on the receiving end, you can read as sexist with how dismissive you are and you making the edgy jokes. The fact that you're always like this about everything is what makes...
It's really funny to me that there's people like this in his community, and no small amount, right? I mean, now, granted, like, he is probably responding to people who, you know, are giving him this kind of feedback, you know, preferentially, but it just baffles my mind. If you see what's wrong with Vaush, if you see that this guy is not a leader, but rather somebody that like has like a lot of learning to do at best, right? Assuming that he even wants to, right? Which is a big assumption. Why are you still in his community? Why are you looking to this guy for leadership, right? Why? Right? And the only thing that I can figure out is that a lot of social media is in fact social, strangely enough, right? It is like, you know, I've got friends, they are going to be watching Vaush, and even though I'm kind of put off by a lot of what he does, I'm gonna go to where my friends are.
Makes it okay and funny. If I didn't know you, if I saw the wrong thing, I honest to God don't know if I'd distinguish between you and men who have been sexist and dismissive towards me. I understand that. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but I guess the problem with that would be that in that case, that feels kind of like a piecemeal argument to just never being edgy ever. I have to assume people who engage with what
some people love self-confidence. That's probably part of it too.
I say are engaging with it in good faith. There are plenty of people out there who would not be immediately put off by an otherwise good video because of one joke, you know? Maybe you could like look at other content that I've done. I guess it's just like it just feels kind of bad that I have like a million videos that you can go and look up my position on anything, but then a person would look at a stream of mine and hear me make like one offhand joke, and then it's like, oh, so it's all like crypto sexism or what. It's like, you know, I have to assume some level of good faith, because otherwise, if a person is looking for reasons to dislike me, trust me, I and the internet will give them plenty. Here, let's move on a little bit.
I'm the white working class. And sure, maybe now I live in a major city that skews more liberal, and that has influenced my worldview.
I'm a big fan, Vaush, but you realize you do this and will go on for very long times talking about how persecuted you are for people. I think, Mellocello, you're projecting. Come the fuck on. Oh my god, come on. This only ever comes up because people in chats...
Is that the tier 2 sub?
...start essay posting, and then, like I'm responding to chat. Please just shrug and move on. Don't type out 200 words and then get mad at me for responding to it. That's not me being defensive. I engage with chat. Like, I think, I guess I'm defending myself from the idea that I'm especially bad on this, but I mean, I do that with everything, you know?
But I grew up in Florida.
Shrug and move on.
In a county named...
There's some people offering the explanation of he's a live streaming. It sucks ass that this is what's expected of a live streamer, right? That it's expected that this not be a place for people who don't want their solidarity stomped all over.
After a Civil War.
But why do you have to be edgy? No one's putting a gun to Vaush's head. I mean, he's just got it. He's like learned all the wrong lessons from the attention economy.
General that votes overwhelmingly Republican every single election season. I've never set foot in a gender studies classroom. I mean, I've never set
I think being misogynist online makes things work. Oh my God, you guys can't help yourselves.
There he
Listen,
goes.
Okay? You know what's really off-putting to people joining the left? You guys fucking woke scolding me. I made one joke like 30 minutes ago where I said,
Vaush, these people woke scolding you are the closest thing to the left that you have in your chat, right? These people that are fresh enough that they haven't been indoctrinated with your bullshit takes, right? That's the closest to the left that you know your community really comes, right? You're hearing from the left.
I wish women shut up. And since then, it's been a nonstop
He thinks people don't like him because he's edgy.
cavalcade of, you know, goody two-shoes in chat who are reminding everyone watching who might otherwise...
And like I said, edgy can mean so many different things. That's why it's kind of a useless term unless you like disambiguate and you say exactly which... Like Hoots goes over this in the video of like different ways to be edgy, right? You know, in some ways, bucking civility politics is considered edgy. But if you buck civility politics at Vaush, right, especially if you are a marginalized person who's not willing to be civil with him and hold his hand and walk him through like all the shit that he has to unpack, then you are, you know, he doesn't like that, right? He doesn't recognize that as edgy though. You're a woke scold then. So some of the stuff that he's calling woke scolding is actually edgy. It's edgy, but it's Vaush's brand of edgy that he appreciates, right? Everyone loves their own brand, and not the least of all Vaush.
Be on the fence that, yeah.
Is it normal that his chat uses Pepe so much? Look, I got a video for that. Wait, have I put that up even? I meant to put that up a long time ago. I just thought it was kind of cheesy. Let me see if I can find this video.
If you join the left, you better walk on fucking eggshells because you could make one joke and have 7 billion fucking people explain to you about how problematic your joke. Please, God. Oh my God. Please. Let me, please. Go outside. Please. I'm not saying your concerns are entirely invalid here. I'm just saying, like, man, this gets disproportional. I'm edgy every stream. Why this? Why now? Why here? 2019 Vaush would make them regret living. 2019 Vaush would be about midway to a channel strike right now, I feel. Okay, we're watching the video.
I don't think that 2019 Vaush is that different than like a right-wing creator, other than like that he claims to, you know, want to seize the means of production, right? 2019 Vaush, right, has a lot less of that like sort of NATO simping and you know, State Department posting that I want to see if I can find this. Oh yeah, I can't find. I was like wondering, like, why can't I find this video? And it's literally because like it's on my clips channel, but I never put it up. I just didn't know if anyone would want it.
Yeah, we're watching the video.
But in a coal mine either. But I think that by most anti-identitarian metrics, I should be fairly representative of this imagined white working class. And yet, my politics have drifted further and further to the left over the years. But that isn't because of a bunch of streamers and podcasters stealthing class consciousness into my brain via a giant slur Trojan horse.
That was edgy, okay? Stealthing it into my consciousness is edgy as fuck, right? And some people could even like legitimately take issue with that way of phrasing it, of like, you know, somebody could be like, hey, I could say that, like, I've been stealth before, and it, you know, it's not a joke, it's dangerous and it's scary and it's you know, but like, you know, I guess I sort of appreciate it. I guess I sort of like appreciate like the edginess of it, you know, especially if it's coming from somebody who has been, you know, who has been stealth, right? that's edgy as fuck. To do that kind of gallows humor is probably the edgiest thing that you could say, right? And right or wrong, and I won't say it's necessarily right, because like I said, you know, it could be triggering to people. But that's he doesn't recognize that kind of edginess. That is edgy, literally edgier than anything he's fucking said. Like, Hoots was not entirely kidding in saying that that they've been that they're in some ways like adjacent to, you know, some versions of like dirtbag leftism, right? That's so here. I promised you the clip. I put it live, so it's now you know, you can like this on no comment clips if you want. But
yeah, so it could be you. You could at some future date call for the slaughter of white people.
What will necessitate that?
You tell me.
I don't know. Why would I do that?
You've said you could do it in the future. Is that correct?
I can't
Do you notice in his language we're actually hearing the same types of rhetoric that we see in neo-Nazis here in the United States, where they'll go like, well, I'm not saying that, but like maybe in the future people will. Well, what would the people have to do to like justify those calls for violence? You know? Oh, well, I'm not saying I'll say. I'm just saying like people might say it. Yeah, it's literally Pepe posting. Yeah. 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 Literally Pepe posting. Yeah.
So yeah, as you can see, the clips channel started off quite a bit more dramatic than my main channel. This was back when I got punished for, you know, any sort of disagreement I had with other, you know, supposed leftists like Vaush, like Xander Hall, like Dylan Burns, right? And I had to come out with another channel for the people that liked the spicy, because a lot of these people that were following me, they really got hurt when I attacked their parasocial daddies, and I would get punished. I would lose subs from it, right? But in the end of the day, like, those were subs that I needed to lose, that weren't like, you know, there weren't really people I wanted in my community.
What point is being made here? I don't even know. This is just like a meaningless collection of symbols and references that vaguely tie into.
It's because of people of color, disabled people.
I can't get over how much she sounds like Jenny. Please, God, do not compare her to Jenny.
Queer people I've interacted with throughout the years who have honestly and openly discussed.
I think the best thing that Izzy Bear, if you were here for the stream where I resurrected an old Vaush debate against you know, a person that I used to be friends with, right? One of the best things that Izzy Bear had to say to Vaush in that debate was the idea that there wasn't a type of edginess that he wasn't recognizing, that Vaush wasn't recognizing. And it's you know, it's that kind of gallows humor, right? It is the best way that something can be edgy. And you know, for a lot of marginalized people, that kind of humor is a coping technique, but it doesn't get recognized as edgy. If anything, it's seen as woke scolding, right? Like a marginalized person hitting you with the emotional impact of their oppression, which is, you know, what we're talking about here, is the edgiest thing you can possibly do. And Vaush thinks he's edgy, but, you know, you literally have to have like too much privilege to be edgy in that way. And I really wish that a point could have gotten made better in that debate.
Their experiences. It's because I've come to the obvious conclusion that our political struggles are intertwined.
Fuck, she's doing the Lindsay Ellis voice so hard. Please, God. God damn it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, this is also a huge part of the like woke scold dialogue tree. It's when they say, you claim that edgy street.
You're talking about dialogue trees. You're the king. Okay, you're not the king. Destiny's the king of dialogue trees. You're the crown prince, though.
Streamers move people to the left, but I was moved.
But also look at the projection. Oh, these woke scolds with their dialogue trees.
The left by listening to the experiences of marginalized people. edgy streamers did in fact.
Well, yeah, and we can look at all the you claim to be the pipeline. You claim to be the funnel, right? That's going to catch all the right wingers. They're going to see you. They're going to see your aesthetics and how they're more right wing than left wing, and they're going to get caught up. They're going to get stealthed into joining the left, and then gradually over time you're gonna, as Xander Hall said, like wear down their edges so that they become like good. They develop some sort of solidarity. There's been none of that. I've seen no proof of that. That has happened like 0%, right? What I have seen happen is people joining, people that are intersectional leftists looking at Vaush's community and seeing like, well, he acts strong. He looks strong. He says he's got this strategy for taking on the right wing. And if we could take right wingers and turn them into leftists, that'd be like the fastest way to break down fascism and actually turn it into something useful. I mean, it sounds like an appealing idea. Those people who are better leftists than Vaush ever was on his best day, right, join the Vaush community, and he gradually makes them more and more edgy until, they're literally posting, they're literally posting unironic R slurs on my Twitter timeline, and I'm unfollowing them because of it, right? That's what you get. That's what you do to people. I'm talking about a friend of mine, right? A friend of mine who got sucked up into Vaush's funnel, who was in no way right wing, but like when I see them dropping unironic R slurs, I'm just like, I am not interested in being your oomphy anymore. I'm so sorry. Name 3 women, Vaush, and you can't say Lindsay Ellis or ContraPoints.
You're into it. This is in like every single one of these video essays, every single time, because they have to demonstrate that, again, because it's virtue signaling. Remember, the key points here are to demonstrate a sort of progressive, holier than thou tendency. And to that case, it's like, oh no, see, as a real progressive, I was informed by listening to, disabled, HIV positive, queer, wheelchair bound Black trans women explain to me using American Sign Language their lived struggle. Whereas you, presumably, were radicalized by listening to a white man scream the N-word 50,000 times per stream.
I love how he projects this holier than thou, when his whole thing is edgier than thou.
And that's
he's got his own version of holier than thou.
Difference between you and me.
And I don't think I'm the exception to the rule here. I think empathy is the default condition of humankind. That's why movies be so good. I'm not exceptionally intelligent or exceptionally easily persuaded. Okay, well, maybe I'm a little easily persuaded.
We know.
But so are most people. That's why advertisements be so good. Also,
Please.
A massive percentage of the working class are women of color. So even if you are a class reductionist, alienating those demographics is just strategically not good. I think
That's true. But who are we accusing of being a class? Am I and Keffels the class reductionist here? I'm extremely not.
That's not how I'd classify them. I mean, the dirtbag thing is a complicated thing, like Hoots said, and it encompasses many different aspects. And there are some aspects that you and Keffels represent pretty well. Some of the actual class reductionists, thankfully, are a lot less prominent these days on the left, or at least have been exposed as not really being on the left. I'm thinking like Infrared Haas, I'm thinking Peter Coffin, I'm thinking Caleb Maupin, right? People whose either their influence is diminished or they have they have shown their power levels and joined the right.
But okay.
Political strategy.
This woman reminds me of an ex
that encourages you to abandon empathy for your allies is a misguided strategy at best.
Abandon empathy for your wait. When did we get to this? Was this established in a previous part of the probably? They talked about Red Scare for a while. I don't think those bitches have any empathy. Oh, sorry. I said those bitches. I'm sorry.
Now, Chad, I gotta ask you about this because I feel like I use bitches sometimes as a pejorative. I don't mean to. I don't know how that slipped into my lexicon. I'm not particularly proud of that. Obviously, I'm not, I mean, I feel like the word bitch needs to be reclaimed and turned into a positive. I feel like there is a space for using the word bitch, but you got to transform its meaning, and that's what I always talk about, and I don't always do it, right? I'm curious what you think about, chat. I'm curious because most people, if I tell them I think that it's like kind of fucked up that I use the word bitches like that. They're gonna be like, what do you mean? That's like the mildest thing ever. I watch Hassan. He regularly describes people as mentally ill as a pejorative, right? You know, there's so many more egregious examples of you know, that kind of transgressive streamer talk than what Irene says. But I don't know. I'm kind of curious what people think of it, because there's even people in his audience, right, that are calling him out over it. So, you know, it kind of makes me think. Like when I see something like that, though, I don't just ignore it. I don't just like toss it away and be like, no, of course I've got to have my edgy streamer talk, otherwise I'll never capture the attention economy.
Nobody talks like that in real life, you know. Online, where the edgy wildebeests roam, I might get away with that. But in real life, if you casually say something like that, nobody... There's no way IRL communities filled with gay men would casually say stuff like those bitches.
Yeah, Michael's right. That's a good point. It probably depends on like who you're targeting with it. If you're really using it, yeah, as a like a way to characterize somebody like that in a negative sense, then
Irene would not be tolerated. Vaush, you're bringing it up now. It's your fault. I admit, this time it's my fault. Vaush, actually, I got kicked out of an activist group for speaking like that. To be fair, that's a shit activist group. Any activist group that is, unless you were doing something.
Look, I mean, there's instances, and I made a video about this, of people losing friends over Vaush for basically like them defending Vaush's take against EJ and Luna, and the friends being like, you know, the people writing Reddit posts saying like, I was a fan of Vaush and I was defending him to one of my friends. Now my friends think I'm a Nazi. It's because, well, like literally the argument on Vaush's side was to adopt a point of argument against Jewish people by the Nazis as being literally true, but then saying it's true, but the conclusion that the Nazis reached with that was bad, okay? And it's in actuality, the historicity of it, to anybody who cares, right? Bad Empanada actually embarrassed President Sunday on this one. The historicity, I think President Sunday admitted that he was wrong, is that is the claim that the Nazis made was literally not true. So wrong on both counts, Vaush. I don't know what to say, but like, right, when you defend that kind of stuff, you are gonna turn people off. You talk about your method of praxis, which is really what he's talking about, as being superior to the woke scold praxis, when in actuality, it kind of seems like the opposite is true.
Really fucked up. If an activist group will kick you out for that, that probably means they're so concerned with like internal purity, they're not capable of coalition building, and that means they're not capable of doing their job. Vaush, I mean, you could get disinvited from a lot of stuff if you talk like that. Where are you guys doing? Are you where?
I feel like on some level, the left is leaving Vaush behind.
From your baby classes in baby school?
Vaush, if you're ignoring the sensibilities of your younger viewers, you are literally using, like, I don't know what to tell you. This is like Fox News, right? You know, Fox News does not want to capture a younger audience. They're perfectly content to keep their average age demographic at 78 years old, right? I mean, obviously that's not what your audience is like, and there's maybe, you know, some younger people in your audience letting you know how that comes off to them. But like, you trying to act like this is baby shit, what the fuck? No, this is like literally the next generation, Vaush. It's
You mean like the Discord?
The world changes.
Servers that you frequent where people get in trouble?
Using purity unironically just means he doesn't care about his outgroup
for not using the neo pronouns that someone added 4 hours ago to their
That wasn't a place to blow up.
Where? Church youth groups. All right, I'll give you that one.
Christian Minecraft servers.
This might be a bad day for engaging with chat. It's like, it's Tuesday,
it's
you know?
It's a bad day for that's your chat, Vaush. That's your community, right?
The DSA wasn't letting your fans in? Yeah, well, the DSA sucks, and everyone knows about that, okay? Everyone knows that. That's why we
The DSA has its problems, but that's not one of them.
have to fill it with Vaushites. Vaush, you should know that bitch has different meanings depending on context. You were clearly using it to dismiss women there. Yes! Oh my god. What is up? What? I don't even know if that was a joke.
And actively damaging your cause at worst. As Thought Slime points out in their video on a similar topic, the left doesn't really mean anything.
You'll hear the term used to describe everything
Hello.
from hardcore anarchist revolutionaries to neoliberal ghouls who at least don't actively seem to want to feed gay people into a
Why do I never yell at you? I don't know. When should I yell at you?
wood chipper right now.
It's just an umbrella term that means anyone who isn't the right. And if we need to abandon some of our political...
Okay, we got past the point that I gave a shit about. All right, pretty bad video essay. I wonder if her other ones are better than this, you know? Like, in the most recent Contra video, like, Contra consistently makes good videos, though I do think that...
Yeah, Vaush, actually, I think that you'd probably enjoy a lot of your critics' videos on other topics. That's probably... There's a lot of bridges that your, you know, supposed praxis strategy have burned for you. And, I mean, it would be a sad thing if you were in the least bit willing to learn. You want me to
taking
yell
a downhill
at you?
turn, but the most recent...
I do yell, but it's usually... I'm usually, like, yelling at... I'm usually yelling at a YouTube video.
one she put out just took a giant quality nosedive where she decided to dedicate 5 minutes of it to randomly complaining about me. There's something about me that just saps the IQ from other people. I don't know.
That's it, Vaush. It's definitely... It's like the Principal Skinner take. Can anybody... What is the... It's like... It's definitely like... You know, is it me or is it the students? Oh, it's definitely the students.
Vaush, I swear this stuff is on a basic bell curve. I'm super on the same wavelength. Read misogynistic jokes, and all my female friends are the same. I think your chat is super...
I feel like I pretend to blame chat for stuff that's my fault. Like, that's the closest to yelling at you that I come is jokingly, like, blaming, like, my own shortcomings on chat. I was just about to say, yes, this Principal Skinner meme, isn't it?
Young and not there yet. Yeah, I guess it just... I don't know. I guess it just kind of weirds me out that after 5 years of this, there are still people in
Obviously, the problem cannot be me.
my chat who are like,
Must be the
hey,
children.
I know that, like, casually online, like, 99% of the world is, like, okay with this shit, at least to the extent that it's expressed in certain contexts and it's, like, comedically appropriate or whatever. But, like, there are some portions of the left that aren't, and I'm going to come into your chat and be, like, mad about it for you. I don't know. Find a better hit piece? There are no good hit pieces of me.
At least not ones you want to engage in. Hey, why don't you take a look at wait, what is it called? Like, oh my god, I can't remember what that video... I can't remember the name of my own video. Probably the most serious, like, so some of my criticisms of Vaush are kind of fun and silly, like the...
I think chat should follow your rule.
Like the one where he gets... It's like Vaush's victimization or something like that. Like, I think the thumbnail says, like... Oh my god, chat, we reached 100 members. Do you know that? We have 100. Thank you. Like, look, I want to look at the silver lining. Okay, we're not going to hit every single, you know, sub goal. Those sub goals are goals for a reason. If they were easy to hit, if I knew that we'd hit every single one, there'd be no point in having the goal at all. But without even trying, without even me asking, without me putting it out there, we have now 100 members on YouTube, and I think that's pretty cool. Vaush's victimhood or something like that. Let me see if I can find it. See, engage with something like this. Now, I will say that, like, there's some technical difficulties. It's always when I'm popping off on a live stream that I run into technical difficulties, and the video's not the best. The audio's not the best, but the point remains. Yeah, they hate me because I'm white. Vaush's victimhood. That's what I wish he'd engage with. I don't know. I wonder what he thinks of that, right?
Have never been more edgy than me. That's always been my rule for like the community, and I think
that's my rule too.
That's a good rule, you know? You can be less edgy than me. That's the rule, you know? The few times I've seen you mention or see or hear about Thought Slime, you seem to not like them. Is there some reason that? The main reason is that they're cringe. That's always going to be like #1 cringe.
And because they said Xander Hall had a sex cult, when clearly this man never had a sex cult. It could not possibly have a sex cult, and the idea of him having a sex cult is entirely laughable. I don't know where that voice came from.
Also, they're just...
Somebody tell me what that voice is. What is that? What am I...
It's like an abusive, crybaby piece of shit who, like, has done and said a lot of fucked up stuff, but because they're constantly...
Yes, Thought Slime is a problem. Definitely, Thought Slime is problematic. Sure.
Signaling weakness. And because they have, like, 50,000 fucking minority attributes they put on themselves, like badges, to give themselves more power in a tight spot. Like, it doesn't, like, come across for anything. Also, their videos are shit, let's be real here. They're just not that interesting. I try to...
Better than... They do prepared content, unlike you.
To engage with them in good faith, in terms of, like...
Can you imagine what a Vaush, like, video essay would be like?
Video quality, but, you know... Good thing we're immune to that? True. Thought Slime also lied about Zan running a sex cult. Yeah, that was one of the things that I was referring to. Dude, it was...
Oh no, God.
So fucking gratifying when I saw H-Bomb go after Illuminati, since everything that I've learned about Illuminati has given me the impression that she's another one of those, like, well, we've seen the video now, shit video essayists who, like, sort of weaponizes the fact that she's progressive as a way of avoiding criticism and dogpiling others, you know? And same with the other dipshit, that gay fuck with the foofy hair, the one who attacks people and says, like, oh, they criticize me, by which I mean they sent me death threats for being gay or whatever. That fucking... Yeah, Summer...
Gayfash? Oh no, this is James Summerton.
Yeah.
I know Gayfash rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I didn't know. For a second, I thought maybe there was something between Gayfash and Vaush.
Never heard him before the video. Yeah, I saw a bit of him and he looked like really bad.
Okay, so I think that's it. Let me check in our Discord and see. Natalie posted something to Twitter. We might have already gone over this clip.
I mean, ironically, misogynistic jokes are not all that bad, but bitch hasn't been reclaimed, and most women understand it to be dehumanizing. First of all, bitch is used in so many different contexts that the idea that it's, like, universally used as a slur is, at this point, unironically racist, okay? Go talk to some black people. Go talk to some black...
It's racist to have a problem with the use of the word bitch as a pejorative.
Black women, okay? That's one. For two, the idea of, like, you're using slurs because somebody says, like, these bitches, do you hear yourself? Like, do you know how people... None of you touch grass. You have to know. Or you're, like, very young. You have to know. This just isn't... How do you watch me and feel this way? It's not like this is the only time I've said these bitches. I do it all the time.
AI doesn't
Can you
understand?
elaborate on the difference between this and your take on manners? We use manners as a way of determining whether or not people are capable of following arbitrary rules, because that can be used to determine whether or not they would be capable of following non-arbitrary ones. I'm choosing to speak the way that I do because I want to. If you think it's rude, I don't know why you're watching like the only leftist on YouTube who talks this way.
Sadly, no.
This isn't even like a, well, if you don't like it, leave it. I just genuinely...
There's plenty of Vaush clones out there.
You don't understand. It's not like this is like new or whatever. It's like been 5 years. I don't get it. I genuinely don't. It's not like rare. This wasn't an oopsie. I'm not being defensive about like I had a slip up on stream. Like it's all in line with the general behavior of the most mild fucking jokes that I and everyone that I've ever been surrounded with in my entire life has been comfortable with, because my understanding and my lived experience, by the way, has shown me that A, this hyper-performative sensitivity on the left is more damaging to us than anything I could say, and I mean that. And B, the worst people that you have to look at.
The fact that it's that he looks at this as he looks at it like human decency. He looks at solidarity as being hyper performative is such a self-report.
Out for when it comes to misogyny are either A, people who are unabashedly, loudly, and uncomedically misogynistic, or people who are so tight-lipped about issues regarding gender that they're quietly hiding bad positions. You know, it's really easy to quietly be a racist if you never talk about race. It's really difficult to hide being a racist if you make casual jokes about race. Okay? That's always how I've operated. None of this is new. I just don't get how this comes up every time, you know? Reach for your message. I'm sorry. I'm an authentic guy. I talk the way on stream that I do in real life. I make edgy jokes in real life. I make them here. I can't do the self-censorship thing. No, this isn't some like I'm a brave free speech warrior thing or whatever. It's just legitimately I just act how I act. I try to rein it in sometimes. And trust me, I have way worse jokes that I'm making.
Vaush clearly hasn't spoken to black women that think the misogyny of a bitch is wielded in... Sorry, that think the misogyny of bitch is wielded in misogyny. Very different than reclaimed misogynistic language. Yeah, there's multiple meanings for that word. And you know, there's different ways that it gets used. Not that he would know. The moment a man is constantly saying bitch is the moment that he shows he's a misogynist.
All the time in my head, okay? So it's not like we're not engaging in any kind of restraint. But, you know.
Chapo pulls off edgy leftism so much better than Vaush. I agree.
Dude, just a little effort. I'm showing a lot of effort.
And like, you know, if you want me to prove it, let me jangle the keys in front of Vaush's face.
Okay, it's a wild one up in here, all right? It's a lot of wacky jokes, you know? Also, not gonna lie, I think that engaging in a kind of light and comedic level of ironic misogyny can actually demonstrate a person being better about gender issues than a person who is like super ultra PC all the time about it. In the same way that in my experience, black guys tend to be a lot more chill around white people who can be casual when it comes to race jokes, as opposed to somebody who's super straight-laced and stiff when it comes to anything race-related. Because the latter, when they're really stiff and like inflexible and sort of like don't engage with it, comes across as they're like afraid they might say something or they're uncomfortable with the subject. I guess just in interpersonal interactions, like day to day in my real life, I do make like casual jokes about women, but it's never seemed to cause many issues. Like I've talked to plenty of left-leaning women, feminists, you know.
Look at this.
Even like activist groups. I mean, I've talked to entire roomfuls of people whose jobs it was to be PC when public facing. And for the most part, I think it comes across okay because I'm demonstrating a comfort with the subject, not some like weird, stiff, uncomfortable, you know, kind of like withholding. Does that make any whatever? It's a personal taste thing. I'm not saying that it's better for me to do it or whatever. I'm just saying that you know, that's how I tend to think of it. I think sometimes it does indicate that. Also, some of the worst and creepiest fucking rapists that I've seen on the left have been those like straight collar nice guys who are super ultra fucking PC with
damn nice guys,
women, but are like quiet.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for supporting me. You know, we didn't hit the sub goal, but that's, you know, like I said, that's not always going to happen. And a lot of it's on me to grow the community. And I'll try to do better at that in the future. But I do appreciate all of your support. I especially appreciate the people who hit that like button. It means a lot to me. And it does more than you think, right? It's more powerful than you realize. And that's what's going to take us right to the top. Yeah, thank you for being here for this great stream, and I always enjoy hanging out with you. Right? We'll better luck next time. But we did. I gave you an extra hour and a half actually, because I care, and I never want to like represent content that I don't actually get to. So I try to avoid that. I wanted to cover Vaush in totality. Much love, everybody, and I will see you